For the workshop around the resolution, couple of things that before we get started that I want to tee us off with. Superintendent, I'm assuming you're going to lead the presentation.
I don't believe we actually have a presentation. I have one item that we added to the packet today that I wanted to spend a couple of minutes talking about, which is the multiple policies that also have a connection to law enforcement. So while the motion that you are discussing today is really about our continuation of the SRO MOU, I wanted you to understand at a deeper level than perhaps we have in the past, some of the connection that we have with law enforcement. So if you look in your packet under I think it's the last item, PPS policies involving law enforcement, you'll see a brief analysis that was done with legal counsel around our policies and regulations that are impacted by our relationship with law enforcement. So it ranges from bomb threats and school security to the code of conduct, drug and alcohol use, firearms and weapons, bullying and cyberbullying, questioning and searches, and then student educational records and visitors to the schools. I think probably the most salient point that that I would like to raise around this is one of the policies, JRA, which is the Student Educational Records Policy, designates the Portland Police Department as the school district's designated law enforcement unit. And as a result of that, there are some access to student educational records that go beyond what you would normally entertain with the police department if they were not designated as the law enforcement, and that is entirely optional. The board does not have to designate a law enforcement unit, and then we can deal with everybody on equal terms. And basically, I thought that was an important policy to point out to you, and it does have then implications for things like our security cameras, security cameras where by virtue of not having to be encumbered by FERPA, the Portland Police Department has access to footage from our video cameras without, having to go through some of the steps that they might otherwise have to go through. So I think my bigger point, which I made, in the Finance Committee when we talked about this a week ago, is that there are lots of places where we intersect with the police department, and whether we have the MOU with the SROs or not, that I believe that this board does need to take a step back and look at all of these policies comprehensively and really think about, is this what we intend to do today? It may have made sense at a different point. And I just think it's important for this board to reevaluate those some of those policy decisions. So, with or without SROs, I will continue to bring this to the board through the policy committee as something that I believe we need to engage in.
Thank you, Superintendent. And I can say to that at least with my brief conversations with board members following that policy discussion, that we are in agreement with that regardless of where the SRO program stands moving forward, to look at all of those policies needs to be part of the work at the committee level and at full board level, if any changes are made, of course. So we have certainly expressed a commitment to doing that work, Superintendent. So I guess to move us along with this, if board members had questions that pertain to either those policies or probably more specifically to the resolution around the SROs, this is your time to ask those questions or hold those discussions. So please use the raise your hand feature on Zoom. I'll call on you and we'll move along that way. I will try to move us along as much as possible through a discussion so we can get to the public hearing at a decent time and not have people wait around for too long. But I do want us to try to get started. I don't see anyone's hands raised. Well, Ms. Victor?
Thank you, Chair. I had a question for the superintendent. If we are if we eliminate the SRO positions, I know you and I have had some conversations in the past, but I'm interested in your most recent thinking of what, in addition to policy, what we will need to do as a district at Deering and Casco Bay to fill the gap.
I'm not prepared to answer that question until, we don't have a contingency plan in place. So it will be something for us to do if in fact the board decides to discontinue that relationship.
Thank you, Superintendent. Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question for the superintendent. So with the MOU, it expires June 30th, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do we not have an opportunity to ask for a reprieve or an extension of that so that we can have a larger community conversation? I think we're hearing from a lot of people that they do see the value in having a larger conversation around how we utilize or don't utilize the SROs in our schools. And I would like the opportunity for us to be able to entertain and talk with a broader community base, but also include as many parties as we can, as Roberto, as a chair mentioned, to engage all of our community members and not just certain ones. And that for me is really key to this. So I'm concerned about the way in which we're rushing this resolution through. I think some of the language in the resolution is very divisive, whereas I would like us to come together more so and collaborate about how we do business going forward and what we do like and what we don't like, and come to some sort of collaborative agreement amongst community members, because I think right now there's a strong feeling that the resolution is very divisive, opposed to bringing everybody together and having a conversation about how we do business. So I'm just curious about that, is if there's a way we could take some time, not rush it, but also don't take forever. Obviously, we've studied things before for a long time and then not made much progress. So it's not that I don't want to make progress, I do. But at the same time, I think that it should be more of a collaborative approach opposed to rushing something along because we have a June 30th deadline.
Well, I think, we clarified this at the policy committee. The agreement is for a year, and it, runs from September 1st to June 30th. So in fact, and it renews automatically at the beginning of each school year unless terminated in writing by one of the parties. So, the motion, the resolution is to terminate it. The agreement does end on June 30th, but it does not renew until September 1st of next, of this year. So at the beginning of the school year. So we do have, July and August to make any modifications to that agreement if we choose to move forward with it.
Okay. Do you think that's feasible? I know that we take the month of July off to bring and reach out. Is that possible? Because again, I think that there is concern that we're not entertaining the students and the staff as much as we should be. whereas they're the ones in the high school and they're the ones that on a day-to-day basis work with the SROs. And also I want to hear from the social workers what their thoughts are about how we could move forward. But then also engage the chief and the SROs as to what they are or aren't doing, and maybe we have them doing things that because of the nature of time has gone by, that they've taken on things that really they shouldn't be taking on, and we can help remove some of those items from their plate. So I guess I'm just really concerned. It's a very tumultuous time that we're in, a very sensitive time we're in. I think we should make some changes, and we all should understand what the SROs do. I think across the country, various school districts are looking at that, but I'm concerned about the pace in which we're moving here. So I guess I would ask, the board to think about, I know for some, yesterday was probably too late, and they would like it done sooner than later. But I also want to be cognizant of the community at large and engage as many people as possible. So,
can I just, as one of the people that helped to draft the resolution, and I'll point out that there was a lot of youth voices that helped to draft it. I'm just hoping that, Ms. Thompson, maybe you can explain to me what you perceive to be divisive. Is it a specific sentence or a statement? And I just want to make sure that I understand as one of the people that helped to draft it.
Yeah, I just think the nature in which, in reading through it, to me, the overall seems very divisive in the language. So there's not a specific thing, but when I read through the whole thing, I didn't find it to be of a collaborative nature.
Could I ask, just for the sake of people that are that might not be looking at the resolution right now, I would like to ask Ms. Figdor if she's comfortable reading the resolution out loud. She had offered to do this earlier. This is why I called her by name. Ms. Figdor, if you don't mind.
Sure. And then maybe just to bring us back to where the superintendent started the board focus on equity in citing Paul Gorski's work and talking about the equity detours, and specifically the pacing for privilege detour, where an equity approach, as he says, coddles the hesitancies of people with the least racial equity investment while punishing people with the most investment. I think as we start this discussion, I'd like to come back to that. Okay, so this is the resolution for folks. I'm gonna just quickly post it in the chat for everyone. If that link does not work, let me know and I will figure out an alternative. But this is the text as the resolution as it stands now. So, resolution supporting equity in school climate and discipline and ending the use of school resource officers. Whereas on May 25th, 2020, a white police officer in Minneapolis knelt on the neck of a Black man, George Floyd, for nearly 9 minutes, killing him while other officers helped and watched. Whereas the police shoot and kill roughly 1,000 people nationally every year, and Black people and other people of color are disproportionately the victims. Black Americans are 3 times more likely than white Americans to be shot and killed by police. Whereas David Okat, a 26-year-old Black immigrant, was shot and killed by Portland police in 2009. Whereas Chance Baker, a 22-year-old Black man, was shot and killed by the Portland police in 2017. Whereas Isaac Muse, a 22-year-old Black immigrant and a graduate of Deering High School, was shot and killed in 2019 by a young white man who had interned with the Portland Police Department and was arrested, subsequently released, and rearrested and charged as a response to community demands for accountability. Whereas Black Lives Matter. Whereas police brutality and the over-policing of communities of Black, Indigenous, and other people of color nationwide have inflicted deep trauma in those communities, including among children who then carry that trauma with them at school. Whereas students, teachers, and school staff deserve safe, quality schools that enable students to thrive, which cannot be accomplished through school policing with its entrenched stereotypes and racism. Whereas research does not show that school resource officers, SROs, improve real or perceived school safety. I'm just going to repeat that one. Whereas research does not show that school resource officers improve real or perceived school safety. Whereas research finds that Maine students report feeling intimidated by police in their schools, and that while Maine students feel some reassurance that there is someone there in case of an emergency, they do not believe that an SRO would keep them safe in an emergency. Whereas research finds that students have weaker relationships with their teachers in schools where security personnel are present. Whereas research finds that the presence of SROs in schools leads to an increase in out-of-school suspensions. Whereas research finds that the presence of SROs in schools leads to developmentally normal adolescent behaviors previously handled through school disciplinary channels, increasingly labeled criminal, passing the responsibility for responding from the school to law enforcement. Whereas the increased use of SROs has coincided with a large increase in youth, especially BIPOC students and students with disabilities, being referred to the juvenile justice system for misdemeanor offenses, such as school fights and disorderly conduct. Whereas student contact with the criminal justice system, which increases when there's an officer at school, can have negative outcomes on school connectedness and educational attainment. Whereas the presence of SROs in schools poses a grave threat to students' right to privacy and that of their families. Whereas with the exception of Deering High, Black students in Portland's middle schools and high schools are suspended at disproportionate rates. Whereas the Portland Promise commits us to goals of equity and the whole student. Whereas school policing is costly and Portland Public Schools is far below recommended ratios of student support professionals to student body for school counselors, social workers, and psychologists. Whereas on June 9th, 2020, Black Lives Matter Portland called for the removal of police from school budgets. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Portland Board of Education directs the superintendent not to renew the district's memorandum of understanding with the Portland Police Department. Be it further resolved that the superintendent use funds saved by the elimination of the SRO program to further the district's unfunded equity priorities. Be it further resolved that teachers, administrators, and staff are prohibited from calling the police to intervene unless a student's behavior poses real and immediate risk of serious physical harm. And be it further resolved that the superintendent must implement an action plan to eliminate race-based disparities in the use of disciplinary referrals, in the severity of punishments, and in the impact of disciplinary action on students, and must provide regular updates on discipline data to the Board of Education.
Thank you, Ms. Figdor. Ms. Figdor, you had your hand raised before I
didn't get to finish, Chair, but.
I'm sorry, Ms. Thompson, go ahead.
Okay, that's okay. I just had a question as well around where it talks about that, be it further resolved that teachers, administrators, and staff are prohibited from calling the police to intervene unless a student's behavior poses real and immediate risk of serious physical harm. I'm wondering what the superintendent or the administrators that are here feel about that, and how does one perceive real and imminent risk of serious physical harm? Is it when someone comes charging in with a gun, or is it when somebody comes and does X, Y, and Z? How do we determine what immediate risk of serious physical harm is? And at that point, is it not too late?
I can't answer that. I believe that is a policy question that needs to be addressed by the board through the policy committee. We currently don't have a policy that speaks to that, so I would urge us to actually come up with one that tries to identify what are the circumstances under which somebody is allowed to call the police. There is also state statute on some of those issues that need to be considered. So I would want to have legal counsel involved in that conversation as well.
Okay. So I guess my question revolves around the prohibited from calling and the limitation to that and what constitutes a call to the police, and are we not hamstringing our administrators in our schools? So that's a concern that I have too, where the chair asked me if some concerns that I had about the resolution or divisive language. That's one in particular that I could point out. So thank you.
Let me just, be clear about this. I would, I believe that we don't call the police at every turn. And, I would want us to continue to monitor that. We have had instances where people have wanted to call the police on a matter that we did not think rose to that level. And so, I do, I understand and value the spirit from where that's coming, but I do believe that it's difficult to sort of define in the moment what is, who determines what is real and immediate risk of physical harm. I think that will need some further defining for us to be able to apply that. But in general, the idea that we should only call the police in, significant situations is something that I wholeheartedly agree with.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, and we're going to Ms. Morioni now. Ms. Victor, did you not have your hand raised? We'll go to Ms. Morioni.
I'm set, thank you.
Ms. Morioni.
Thank you. Okay. This is going to be a little long, so bear with me for a minute because this is not, well, I'll just start talking what I've written. So as all of you know, a board member and our board members, staff and superintendent and the community members that are with us tonight, I really believe we're at a critical watershed moment in history. We have an opportunity right now to make significant changes, impactful changes. I don't think any of us are taking this lightly. I definitely, and I want to say thank you and deeply appreciate all the equity work that we learned about tonight of our staff and for our district. I also want to say thank you, a deep thank you to the students that have risen. The students have risen and been brave to share their voices, to protest, to march, to write to us, to be part of groups when maybe previously they hadn't felt necessarily welcome or that they had a place. I also want to say thank you to the parents that have written to us, both in favor and not in favor of removing our SROs. They're being honest and basing it on what they feel would be best for their own child in our school system and for all of our students. What I've realized along this way, along these last few weeks, is that the best thing I can do is to personally examine my own biases and my own internal biases. Many of you may know I'm from the South. I grew up in North Carolina until I went to college in North Carolina. I lived it day in and day out, seeing racist activities that, and now looking back, I didn't speak up enough. After college, I was in the Peace Corps for 2 years in Guatemala. I saw racism there based on equity in terms of those who had money, who could take over a whole community in one action very quickly. but I believe right now I no longer have any excuse of being unaware and need to feel more comfortable being uncomfortable. And also questioning my own assumptions about how I make decisions. This is my 12th year on the board. Looking back, I'm absolutely positive. I have listened to those that have talked to me, written to me, called me, texted me, every switch away, but I'm not always looking out and seeking for those that aren't communicating with me. And that's not fair. That's not okay. That means I haven't done a good job as a board member to ensure that I am finding the people that don't feel like they have a voice in this process. So with all that said, based on this resolution, I felt very uncomfortable with the resolution. That's okay. Like I said, I need to own that discomfort. But I also worked very hard on learning on my own and finding my own research in something. And this resolution, I felt very heavily was focused on national reactionary phrases that I wasn't quite sure how it met and matched what's happening in Portland. And so I had requested of the superintendent and the chair to add the example of the Denver, Colorado resolution that recently happened. Their board put into place, and I don't have the exact date. I think it might have been like June 6th or something, but that's in our packet. And the reason why I looked to that, I looked at quite a few other resolutions other districts are doing, similar to how we're grappling with this right now of removing SROs. But the one I asked to be included was because it focused very much about Denver, Colorado, and why their school district was considering removing SROs, what data they had around that, what taking again a bit more of a tone of being less reactionary and much more thoughtful around the why Portland. And why are two high schools. So also vigorously over the past few weeks, I've been doing my own research about the history of SROs, learning that they began in the 1950s in Alabama, and that they've only escalated in terms of numbers, and when they substantially increased, of course, during high school shootings such as Columbine and Parkland, and has continually increased the number of SROs since 1999. And the feeling of, not necessarily the exact response to the feeling of needing more safety. I agree, and from what I've read, that it doesn't always mean that there's necessarily safety, because in those shootings, unfortunately, the SROs oftentimes were not able to stop a shooter, or even at one point not even available in the school. So I'm trying to come to terms with the fact of feeling safety versus really safe, and what does that look like, and what could that potentially mean? So the other reason I liked the Denver resolution was that it gave time, and as to another board member Thompson mentioned, in terms of time, we've heard that we've got a lot of policies that need addressing. I think we would be short-sighted in thinking of this as a one resolution and one moment in time, when again, our policy committee has a lot of work to do around a lot of policies. And without knowing, as superintendent was talking about, without knowing what would this mean if we remove SROs, what is going to be put in place to make those students that do feel more safe with an SRO in the school, make parents understand what the safety expectations or the safety plan is, making sure that even for myself to understand, okay, we're going from, are we doing again more of a quick decision, which I am ready to do, but I need personally to be able to say to students as parents and community members, what is coming in the place of that? What can they expect? Too often we go too far, too quickly, sometimes we can't explain expectations for our students and our parents. And I know our superintendent talked about working on that, but he has to also have time. And the other piece of it, are we potentially throwing away a long relationship with our SROs that have, by all that I know of our SROs, is they're caring individuals. They have been supportive adults for our students. They have, the one I know personally more is Officer Black. I see him in the hallways of Deering. My 2 boys went to Deering. I've known him for over 5 years. He most recently was helping students grieve the loss of their fellow classmate, Blaine Alves. He is there for them in times of hardship, and not just only when they potentially may be in trouble. So I worked really hard in my mind too to try and separate a person from a position. The position is a police officer in our schools with arms. Other districts have looked at, okay, we still need that, what that person represented, we still need that filled in some way. And I still don't know what that is, and I feel very uncomfortable not being able to explain that to my community members and again, students. I do want to say that one thing I did find as all my reading was our students need validation. They need to know that they matter. All of our students need to know they matter. Tonight, I need to make sure, again, all of our students are feeling like they matter and they have been heard in some way, and being awake and woke, as my kids would say, to this. My boys wanted the SROs removed, not because they don't like Officer Black, but because they're listening to their fellow classmates. But what I want to make sure is that I can turn to someone and wholeheartedly explain what's gonna fill that. So I am becoming more and more tired of seeing the society reflecting back to me that only white matters. I'm tired of that. I'm really, really very tired. But again, I have to be able to piece it together and make a coherent case for what I would be voting on. So I would love for our board to consider taking a look at some of what the Denver, Colorado resolution has, focusing on the Denver data, merging that, again, making our Portland resolution a bit more Portland-centric. And potentially it may mean allowing time that could bring together a community task force or something that could support the superintendent in helping to make those decisions. And again, whether it's ultimately that we get rid of our SROs, but at least I could be able to understand our contingency. Thank you for all that time.
Thank you, Ms. Morioni. So we have 3 board members with their hand raised. We're gonna go Mr. Burke, Mr. Atkinson, and then Ms. Figdor. We're just past 9 o'clock, and I want us to think about wrapping up and get to the public hearing. So I just want to try to get us to condense whatever questions or commentary we're gonna plan to make. So sorry to say that right before you, Adam, get to speak, but Mr. Berg, you have the floor.
All good. Thank you, Chair. In terms of time, I've been holding up this quote from Antoinette Carroll, who leads the Creative Reaction Lab in St. Louis quite often lately. We are a country founded on the genocide of one people and the enslavement of another. We have yet to reconcile the impact of this inheritance on us all. The experiment of America is 240 years old, and in these 240 years, systems were designed that isolate and separate us, that empower a chosen few with the privilege of innovation, invention, and creativity, and that lay the groundwork for misunderstanding, fear, and ultimately hate. Racism and inequity are products of design, and they can be redesigned. So in terms of time, we're 240 years overdue for doing the right thing. In terms of Portland exceptionalism, there was a recent Portland Press Herald article that the headline reads, "Black people more likely than white people to face arrest, use of force by Portland police." Portland is not exceptional to systemic racism and bias and the impacts it has on people with darker skin. It is a very northern thing, And it is a very Maine thing to believe that we are exceptional when it comes to racism, but I implore you that we are not. And this is not about individuals, although the question has been asked many times. What value does the uniform and the gun add to all the things that we raise about the good work that some of our local school resource officers do? Our police officers that are located in our school buildings, what value does their uniform and gun do when they're asking a kid how they're doing, when they're reaching out to them, and it has not been answered that there is one? But we know it causes harm. And part of that is when we talk about safety, we need to name who we're talking about, whose safety we're talking about. And we prioritize white safety all the time. We've done it for 240 years in this country. We've done it longer than that. Physically, emotionally, and mentally. We're talking about white safety. Every day, Dr. Bettina Love calls it spirit murdering. Our Black and brown students are constantly denied that they matter, that they can be who they are. And then we're going to talk about, well, the what if some future scenario happens that my white child might be in danger. And look, school shootings are real. We know they're real. And we know society has failed to do something about it. We know the kids in Parkland did not march all over the country saying, put cops in our schools, because they had a cop and he ran away when the school shooter walked in the school. It's the littlest thing that we've figured out as adults to try to do to protect our kids. And I'm not comfortable with that Band-Aid. I never have been. And it's hurting Black and brown kids every day. There's a misconception that there is a majority of people in our community that are pro-SRO. Just by the numbers, I have 4 times the number of emails of people who want to remove SROs from our schools than keep them. 4 times, more than 4 times. Lastly, on the evening of June 2nd, the Minneapolis School Board voted unanimously to terminate its contract with the Minneapolis Police Department. And part of their edict was that there must be a plan for school safety presented for a board meeting in August. And that's part of their charge of the superintendent. And so my one question is, I've seen support from Portland High School teachers, and they've listed like 5 things they'd like to see happen. And they continue to center Black, Indigenous, and students of color, which I appreciate, and they hold up why they support this move. And they have some reasonable questions, which I think are part of what's come up in Marnie's comments and others' comments. So my question to the superintendent, is that reasonable to look at that list, whether to comment on that at June 30th, what your initial reactions are, and that part of the plan is that in the near future, there's a report back to us on what our updated plan for school safety is that does not rely on armed officers that represent an agency that has a history of harming Black and brown bodies in our community and across this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Allow me to answer that. So first of all, I would love to see it so that I can, tell you whether I can do that for the June 30th meeting. I do want to just remind, Mrs. Morioni brought this up, you brought this up. We have Casco Bay High School with paths, which on any given day has as many students as either Deering or Portland High School that don't have a school resource officer on the premises. So when we're talking about the safety of the school, if we were serious about that being our concern, we would not be sitting here having this conversation about SROs in 2 of our schools. We have middle schools, we have elementary schools. All of those schools are, do not have SROs in them. So, can I come up with a plan to replace SROs at Deering and high school? Is that what you want me to do? Or do you want us to think about what we need to do to, have safe schools all around, because that's what we strive to do. And it just happens that those 2 schools have SROs in place. So I'd be happy to look at how to address those 5, but I also just think it's important for us to contextualize the fact that we are talking about SROs at 2 buildings, and not at, in the district as a whole.
Yeah, I appreciate that reframing, and to your call and the chair's call to look within, right? We already have some answers within the district of how we are safe, and I think you're right to to expand that to our holistic approach of how we're doing school safety. That would satisfy me, and I think perhaps folks that are used to having an SRO as a symbol of safety for themselves, they need to be brought in to that conversation per other people's remarks, and that's fine, and that's right to do. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Let's go to Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Chair. I know it's getting late, and I'm really eager to hear from the public, as I know the rest of the board is as well. I just wanted to share a quote from James Baldwin that's been resonating in my mind since I read it in the book that Board Member Burke gave to me, called "We Want to Do More Than Survive" by Dr. Bettina Love, which has been mentioned a couple times tonight. And so I wanted to thank you, Adam, for putting that book in my hand and encouraging me to read it. The quote says, "Let us begin by saying we are living through a very dangerous time. Everyone in this room is in one way or another aware of that. We are in a revolutionary situation, no matter how unpopular that word has become in this country. To any citizen of this country who figures himself as responsible, and particularly those of you who deal with the minds and hearts of young people, must be prepared to go for broke. Or to put it another way, you must understand that the attempt to correct so many generations of bad faith and cruelty, when it is operating not only in the classroom, but in society, you will meet the most fantastic, the most brutal, and the most determined resistance. There is no point in pretending that this won't happen." So here we are. We're attempting to correct an ongoing injustice, not just the use of law enforcement as an everyday presence in our schools, but also our own school discipline practices that target students of color and those from families with lower incomes. And we're meeting resistance. The how dare yous, the calls for delay and process and prerequisites, and the fear-mongering about targeted school violence. You may think that Baldwin is talking about another time or another era, but this is our context as well. We are living in a revolutionary situation. This is not a time for delay. This is a time for action. I hope that this board is willing to go for broke for our students who experience police presence differently, who feel less safe, not more, when they enter our schools and are greeted by an armed SRO. I hope that this board is willing to go for broke when it comes to rethinking our approach to school discipline so that all students feel welcome, valued, and respected. We will meet resistance. There's no point pretending that this won't happen. I believe that this board has the resolve necessary to take action, to make our institution less racist. I look forward to taking the actions under consideration and revisiting our school discipline policies over the course of the next few months. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Ms. Figdor?
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Atkinson. I myself am ready to go for broke. I have a quick question, which is tonight, this resolution and the discussion that we're going to have tonight about it and the vote we'll take that we expect to take in 2 weeks is about the role of law enforcement in our schools. But I know that much of the conversation will end up being about the 2 officers who are beloved in our schools. I know that's not always, and I do encourage us to think about the role of law enforcement and not about the popularity of particular staff members. But I do also want to ensure that we all have a full history. And I understand before my time on the board, but I understand in the past that we had a SRO at one of our high schools that was not a good fit for the school. And that we worked with the police department to figure out a different situation. So I'm wondering if the superintendent can speak to that a little bit about when that happened and anything more you can tell us about the situation.
I don't feel comfortable talking about it because A, I was not involved in it, and B, it rises to a personnel issue. You are correct that at Portland High School, prior to the current SRO, there was it was not a good fit, and we worked successfully. Mrs. Crocker, assistant superintendent at the time, working with the chief at the time and principal Sheila Jepson, worked to find a better situation.
Thank you, Ms. McDermott, Superintendent. Ms. Bondo?
Can I just add to that that also that's contemplated and dealt with in the SRO MOU, how to deal with personnel issues.
Can I go? Ed? Chair?
Yes, Ms. Bondo. You, and then we're going to Mr. Balfons. So I had lowered your hand, sorry.
Okay, thank you. I will try to be short, and but I will speak, and I'm speaking from my heart, because I think it's time that we need to see the student and the value behind our education system. Since I moved here in Maine 10 years ago, and I didn't see the systematic racism around our school district, really unacceptable on the different level of middle school to high school. When my daughter was being refused on the mathematics club because they feel like she was not smart enough to be in that class. And she came home and she asked me, "Mommy, can you define me, give me the definition of to be smart?" And then at the time I decided and social justice and racial justice should be my #1 priority. Make sure that each individual, each child deserves the best education. Each child has a potential mentor, teachers, to make him a high achiever. And when she went to during high school, she proved them wrong. She went the high achiever and ending with a GPA 4.1 and going to colleges. This is about what we need as education. This is exactly what we need as a education system to stand behind our values. And our Portland Promise value is the whole student. So when I'm listening all the time, the statute code, and we need to be inclusive and make sure that we can hear the whole community, I want to understand which part of the community we want to hear all the time. 1/3 in our population of students are speaking different languages, but they never had a chance to come on the school board and speaking for themselves. No one been giving them a space to listen to them, like we heard some of them a couple weeks ago or last week. When we give them a space with no bias, when they can express their own feelings because no one will even pay attention. For how many years we were decided what is really better and best for those students. And then I just don't see those two individual police officers. Then all the time, our students are really passionate about them. I don't see the individual, but I see the system, how the system we've been failing our students of color, economically disadvantaged students for years, because we've been all the time putting our privileged voice on the top of them, on the top of what they believe to be, on the top of their families, on the top of their own well-being. because we have the assumption, questioning assumption, what is really better for my son or my child. That's exactly why it's supposed to be as a surgical. We don't change it, but for that population. Because if we want to make a change, we need to make a change on building some restorative justice, building some other discipline and suspension, because making no sense when you look at the geographic on your school, and you have the highest suspension rate on some of those specific population and students in our school district. Are we going to be one day an integrated school, building some new reforms, or are we going to policing our children and make sure that, okay, we are there to watching you? I mean, some of you are a dangerous person or a dangerous student. We need to make sure. Then we are applying some reforms to try to advance and advocate for those children to have a space, to be healed, to be able to make some achievement, and to be able to be the next generation that we cannot forget. Say, when we're educating them, we're educating the next nurses, the next CEO, the next leaders, than what we are doing right now. So all the decisions that we're making now, we impact their lives for the road to come. And then the community, they already spoke. They spoke. We had a petition with almost 300 students. We have a community member, so how many more community members we want to sit down and keep listening? I think it's time now that we need to pay attention about that 1/3 of the people, 1/3 of the students who never heard, never feel comfortable because they knew all the time that their voice never be prevailed. Their voice never pay attention because someone will take over to their voice. And I think it's time for us to stand and to feel uncomfortable when we used to be comfortable. Because our normal is not going to be the same normal that we used to be. The world is changing, and we need to see a reform for the education system where we're going to make sure that our students can work in an anti-racism area space when they can build the well-being for the next generation. This is what I have to add. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Bondo. Thank you. Mr. Balfons?
Yes, this question is for Superintendent Botana. Do you support eliminating the SROs from the district? Is he not there?
Yeah, I'm not able to answer that question today. I intend to offer my recommendation to the board on the 30th.
On when?
When we have the board meeting.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Balfons. Ms. Trevorrow?
So I'll be brief. I don't want to repeat a lot of things that I've heard tonight that I agree with. But I just wanted to address the issue of the language of the resolution. I like the resolution as it's written, and I like it specifically because I think that feeling of divisiveness is actually the feeling of challenging our own internal biases. And I think the resolution as written, I understand that there have been multiple groups that have worked on it, multiple individuals, that it does encompass student voice. There are a lot of voices that have had input into it. And I read the Denver resolution that Ms. Morioni put in our packet as well. And to me, the difference really is in the voice of the resolution. I felt as though the Denver resolution, it was good. And I'm glad that they did that. But I felt that it was kind of written from the voice of the sympathizer, whereas our resolution legitimizes the experience and the call for justice of an oppressed group. And I want to take the step to give legitimacy to that group. So So I think, I went from my first reading of it to feeling that sense of divisiveness that Ms. Thompson talked about, to thinking about it and really coming to strongly support the language that's in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrow. Appreciate that. As I said, I wanted to move us along into the public hearing. So seeing that there are no other hands raised, I'd like to close our workshop officially, and then invite the members of the public who are on the list of attendees to speak. In a moment, I'm gonna go over the public comment rules. Let me pull them up so I can read them again. The one thing that I wanted to run by the board before I go over the rules, given that we are probably going to hear from a lot of people, I'm going to, as our policy says, limit the comments to 3 minutes, and I'm going to be looking around to see if the board feels comfortable limiting the comments to the 3 minutes and not necessarily automatically granting additional time. So if that's something that the board feels comfortable with, if I can just see some sort of thumbs up or motion. Yep, I see a yes. Okay. So having reviewed that with you, I'll explain to the members of the audience. In order to be called upon to speak to the board, please use the raise your hand feature on Zoom. You can find that on the participants window under your name. Once you have your hand raised, you'll be on the queue. I understand that members of the public cannot see how many people are in line, so I'll try to call out maybe the person that's up to speak, and then the next 2 names below it, just so that people are aware that they're up. And then I'll try to give us also updates of how many people we have on the queue, so that again, members of the public are aware of that. I understood last time that we had a pretty big gathering that was something that the public had a difficult time understanding. So having said that, right now we have, it's moving rather quickly, but we have about 35 and counting hands up. So we're gonna start with Andrea Berry. In a moment, I'll mute you. After you, just to give the 2 names of who are following, we have CC Robinson and Leah I can't say your name, Flummerfeld. So Andrea Berry, move you over. And let me just set my timer up, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board. If you don't mind starting, please, with your name and address.
Yes, hello, and I apologize for the dogs that will probably start barking in the background. My name is Andrea Berry, and I work in Portland at 56 North Street at an organization called Maine Initiatives. Can I keep going, or yes? Okay, thank you. So Maine Initiatives is a small community foundation that specifically works to advance racial justice in our community and across the state. In particular, we do a lot of work on decarceration and on criminal justice reform. And I'm speaking with that professional background and expertise to speak in favor of ending the MOU with the Portland Police Department and removing the school resource officers from the Portland Public Schools. I want to be really clear. This is not about individual officers, but instead it is about changing a system that is rooted in racist ideas and criminalizing Black and Brown students and strengthening the school to prison pipeline. I was on a webinar this afternoon led by the Schott Foundation for Public Education on the topic of SROs, and was truly struck by the description of SROs offered by Jonathan Stith of the Alliance for Education Justice. And he said that SROs are the continuance of slave patrols, that they followed us off the plantations into schools. And I want to let that sink in. And when I want to recognize that whether or not you want that to be true, the SROs are built on a racial and racist legacy. I want to encourage the Board of Education to see safety as a community responsibility. We cannot use the crutch that SROs are another social worker at the school or some other support. We can't fill gaps in social support with armed officers of the law. If that's what's needed, then I encourage you, and we as an organization encourage you to hire social workers and other support-focused staff and not use the police to fill those roles. The presence of police in schools unquestionably leads to students of color, ELL students, special education students, and poor students beginning a negative relationship with the criminal justice system. There is no empirical basis that SROs reduce crime in schools, but instead they lead to an increase in crime being detected in schools, and therefore lead to students increasingly being labeled as criminals. The feeling of safety and actual safety resulting from SROs is directly connected to a student's race. And we need to ask the questions of whose safety is being prioritized and at what cost, and at whose cost. I want to encourage the Board of Education to look to the work happening across the country and the world in decriminalizing schools. Look to Oakland, California, and to Toronto, and to new initiatives in Minneapolis that boldly move forward quickly without a full plan for what's going to come next. I encourage you to consider the discontinuation of the MOU as a risk worth taking to show the community that you value the safety of students of color. Discontinue the MOU. Sorry?
I'm just going to need you to wrap it up. We're at the 3 minutes.
Oh, yes, sorry. So I want to encourage you to not be afraid of making a courageous decision and commit to safety through alternatives to policing. Police in schools are not safe and not the answer. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to CC Robinson. And just as a heads up, the next two people on the queue are Leah Flummerfeld and then Olivia Bean. So CC Robinson, I'll move you over so that you can speak.
Thank you, Chair Rodriguez. Let me see if I can, oh, I can't roll my camera, but that is a photo of what I look like. My name is CC Robinson. I live at 46 Prospect Street, and I teach English at Casco Bay High School. And I want to thank everyone who is part of this conversation. I'm hearing a lot of courage and integrity, a lot of nuanced thinking. I'm just so in agreement that we're in a watershed moment and appreciative of people reminding us to proceed listening carefully to the voices of people most impacted. And I want to bring some student voice in. When we recently asked our students, how do we move forward? As you can imagine, mostly they're like, I have no idea, or no thanks, I don't have any ideas, or I think all people should just try and understand we're all human and we're all the same. But there's only one answer that was repeated multiple times on this survey, and it was Portland schools should cut ties with the Portland Police Department. And I just want to say to our students, it's a no-brainer. There may not be halls to walk in next year. I know it's a complicated time, and I think it's actually a great time to work with the police department in a new way. I just also have to say, as a teacher, the reason they want to cut ties with the Portland Police Department is fear, and cortisol inhibits learning. Students can't learn when they're afraid, and it is unacceptable. If the job of the board is to ensure the best possible education, we need to set up the conditions for student learning and student success. And the stereotype threat of seeing someone who is re-triggering those traumatic memories is just way too much for our students. Lastly, there's other productive ways to partner with, actually love partnering with the Portland Police Department. Officer Karina Benke, who is the third officer who goes to all 17 schools, has come in multiple times to partner with my student, Brita Akimana, whose senior expedition culmination was this awesome community, basically game-based dialogue where students got to know officers to try to bridge this. She's someone who studied mass incarceration and decided she actually wants to be a detective and work for the Portland Police Department. So there's really powerful and positive ways to make connections with the police department that I could see as very supportive of the mission of the Portland Public School System. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen. That's it for me.
Thank you, Cece. Okay, next we'll go to Leah Flummerfelt. And again, the next two people on the queue are Olivia Bean and Alberto Morales.
Hi, I'm Leah Flummerfelt. Thank you, Chair Rodriguez. You pronounced my last name correctly. Thank you also to Board Member Bondo for your comments, for bringing it to the heart and to our shared core values of the whole student, as well as leadership, integrity, service, achievement, people, and equity. I live at 77 Pleasant Ave over 103. I'm an employee of Portland Public Schools. Thank you to all the people who tend to the welfare of the children of Portland, like family members, community members, and people serving the city. It is my humble opinion that ending the use of school resource officers is a step along an urgent journey to ensure human rights for all by freedom from oppression like white supremacy, patriarchy, and colonizer culture. I respectfully request that you unanimously support the resolution supporting equity in school climate and discipline and ending the use of school resource officers. Ultimately, the Portland, Maine government is part of the United States government, which has a lot of racial justice to serve everywhere. It is my humble opinion that the people in the area of Portland, Maine are uniquely positioned to come together as a community and be a worldwide innovator in social and environmental justice. One way we can lead the way to inclusive freedom and justice is by making respectful revisions to our teaming structure in community institutions. Thank you to the current SROs for your participation in anti-racism by ending the current terms of the SRO role. I ask each and every community member to help each other through the challenges related to building a better world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leah. Next, we'll go to, Olivia Bean, and next two people on the queue are Alberto Morales and Michael Kabiri.
Hi, my name is Olivia Bean. I'm a teacher at Portland High, and I live at 37 Casco Street. And I want to emphasize that I'm a Black teacher within Portland, and there are not that many people of color. I can probably count on one hand tonight the number of people of color who will be able to talk. And so I want to put this in the context of the moment we're in and the equity presentation earlier. And while all of those initiatives are great, they felt like a pat on the back to say we're doing a good job, yay for us white people, and that's not acceptable. There's still a lot more work to do. And this movement of removing the SRO feels the same way because I don't see any real plan for what comes next. And getting rid of SROs and coming up with no plan does not serve students at all. I wonder what students you consulted. Did you consult all students? As Bondo talked about, the 1/3 of students that don't English as their first language. Respectability politics is a huge part of white supremacy, and I bet you most of the kids you talk to fit the respectable mold. And so I'm wondering what their input was and what they get next. We've been complacent for a very long time, and so I don't think you can pass this until you can guarantee that there won't be complacency about the replacement. Or not the replacement, the new resources that we need.
Thank you, Ms. Bean. We'll go next to, Alberto Morales. And, oh, I lost Alberto.
All right.
We can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We have 3 minutes.
All right. My name is Alberto Morales. I live in South Portland. I'm a high school teacher at Casco Bay High School and a parent of 2 Portland High School students. I've worked at Portland Public Schools for almost 20 years. I've worked here and in 2 other major cities, Boston and New York, in elementary through high school settings. Here in Portland, I've worked at Reiki, Adams, Portland High, Deering, and now Casco Bay for the last 10 years. I strongly support the resolution. I'm pleased that so much of the efforts were led by young people themselves. I don't want to spend too much time around how the data shows that SROs are not in the best interest of students and increase the number of students who get trapped in the school to prison pipeline. Many have and will speak on this. Listen to our Black, Indigenous, and people of color. As you heard before, we know now from all the research, the kids are coming in with all kinds of trauma levels off the charts, much of it stemming from direct interactions between law enforcement and their families. And the place that is supposed to be a safe place for all kids, the school building, there's someone in the building with a uniform and a weapon. Listen to our Black, Indigenous, and people of color. I know some people may ask themselves, who is afraid of police officers? I feel safer with the police, not less safe. As a person of color, let me tell you about how many of us often view police and interactions with them. Growing up in a tough part of New York City, my first encounter with police was when someone in my building was robbed. Their apartment was broken into. I was about 7, and I said to my parents, we should call the police, right? And immediately and very strongly, my parents said, no, never call the cops, never get them involved. It will cause more problems. That's my earliest memory. My next very clear memory of the police in the 80s and 90s, a very common police tactic in my Lower East Side neighborhood was one in which police officers would drive through the neighborhood, and if you were out after sundown, you got picked up off the street and arrested, spent the night, and let go with no charges. My father, my uncles, and my cousins were all victims of this. A third childhood memory, however, was different. The Police Athletic League sponsored programming in my neighborhood where police officers would come in, participate with kids in the neighborhood with games like basketball, wiffle ball. They were not in uniform. They did not wear guns, and they were there to spend time with kids, get to know us, and have positive interactions with police. The negative experience I had are not unique. Many of our students come into our school buildings with these same types of experiences. They see police officers as people who don't have their best interests in mind, whether that be true or not. I've heard the sentiment that teachers and others want school resource officers in the building because they don't feel safe without them, that they fear violence from students. In all of my years of teaching, I can think of more incidents of teachers putting hands on students than students putting hands on teachers. Listen to our students. We should not be responding to student behaviors by relying on a police presence. It's time to take the research seriously and recognize that the vast majority of student behaviors is developmentally appropriate. Young people are wired to make bad decisions and mess up. We should not have police officers responding to these missteps. What do we need in schools instead of police officers in these buildings? Food. Our students come to school hungry. They skip school lunch. They eat empty calories that the school lunch provides. I admit I've eaten the school lunch. And if they do the right thing and they stay after school for help when they need it, they may have gone the whole day without really eating. So teachers end up buying food for them. Our parent organizations buy food for them. How does the lack of food impact their behavior? More in-class supports like ed techs, English language learners, teachers, social workers, community and cultural brokers and liaisons, more mental health professionals, more folks trained in conflict resolution, restorative practices, and healing. These kids are coming in need of so much healing. They're kids of all demographics, not just BIPOC. Kids experiencing poverty from all races and economic backgrounds. Why are we filling our law enforcement officers' plates with all these needs that are not in their purview? Why are we using law enforcement for prevention? Police are supposed to be involved with adult criminal offenses, not mental health crisis, not substance use disorder, not homelessness.
Alberto, I just need you to wrap it up.
All right. I'll just say I love my job and I'm grateful every day to work with everyone in the community, parents, colleagues, and especially my students. I thank you all for listening with your hearts, putting students first and at the center of all of this, and giving your time and energy to help make our school and community a better, stronger, and more just place for everyone. Please listen to our students. Remember the names of the young people mentioned in the resolution that lost their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morales. Next, we're gonna go to Michael Kabidi. And I just wanna pause just for a second. On the chat, we're updating the number of people on the queue and the next few names. So I'm gonna just go to the names and not verbally update folks, if that's okay. Mr. Kabidi, Michael?
Thank you, Chair Rodriguez. Thank you to all the school board members for all the hard work that you put in. My name is Michael Cabeda, and I'm policy counsel for the ACLU of Maine. I see that the chair is upset that he mispronounced my name. It's not the first time. I hope it's the
Never
last.
correct me.
It's okay. I am also a resident of Portland. I am childless, but that doesn't mean I lack concern for children. That's why I'm here to talk about this issue. My comments will be directed at clearing up certain misunderstandings, which I heard were sincere, but misunderstandings expressed by board member Morioni in her remarks earlier. The misunderstanding, as I understood it, is rooted in this notion of Maine exceptionalism, the fact that Maine is different. And it's an excusable a misconception only because it's widespread. But in my line of work, I keep coming up against this misconception that Maine is an outlier, that Maine is not like the rest of the country. Let me give you a couple of examples of how Maine is not only not an outlier, but in many cases is worse than the rest of the country for how Black people fare. Maine has a Black poverty rate of about 50%. The national Black poverty rate is about 28%. In Maine, Black people are more than 20 times as likely as white people are to get COVID-19. That is the highest rate of COVID-19 infection in the country. I'll repeat that. It's the highest rate of COVID-19 infections in the country. Maine ranks worse than most states. It ranks 20th for the largest racial disparity in arrests for marijuana possession. According to the Vera Institute, Maine also has an enormous racial disparity for incarceration rates. Now, board member Morioni described the language of the resolution as reactionary, as based in national statistics and national data. I urge you to consult the master's thesis written by Danielle Layton and the Muskie School's study on SROs. I imagine you've read it. A conclusion in both of those done after a thorough literature review showed that there is simply no state in the United States where suspension rates are better for Black students than they are for white students. There's a disparity there as well. And so my final point is that there is nothing to suggest that schools are different from prisons or schools are different from the healthcare system. There's absolutely nothing to suggest those things. And
Mike,
not thinking that there's a problem exacerbates the problem. I see that my time is up, and I appreciate the chair and the board members. Thank you.
Next, we're going to Hamdia Ahmed. Let me
unmute. Okay.
Yep, and you have 3 minutes, Hamdia.
Hi, my name is Hamdi Ahmed. I am an activist. I don't want to give out my address, but I just want to let you guys know that I attended Portland Public Schools and I graduated from Portland High in 2015. I believe that schools need more resources and not resource officers. I never felt safe with resource officers at school. In fact, I was fearful. One day, when I was attending Portland High School, the principal told a female resource officer to arrest me after I defended myself when a student called me a slave. I wasn't arrested, but the fact that she told an officer to arrest me for defending myself after I experienced racism was just uncalled for. I felt very powerless. Black people have been dealing with systemic and institutional racism for over 400 years. Black people are being murdered by the police on a daily basis. We are seeing protests across the country. George Floyd was murdered. There are so many Black people in this country that are being murdered on a daily basis because of white supremacy. And because the police do not protect us, in fact, they only hurt us. Portland police has murdered and injured Black people in this city, and we can talk about that as well. Chance David Baker, they shot David Okot over 20 times, I believe. There's no need for resource officers in school. They don't make students feel safe. They make it harder for students to build relationships with teachers. Instead of resource officers, we need more social workers in school. When I attended Portland High School, I felt safer with talking to social workers and not the officers there. They walk around schools and hallways as if schools are prisons. They discipline students and put them in the juvenile system. I have seen young Black kids in Long Creek because resource officers have testified against them in the past. I feel as though we need more resources and not police officers. Also, I would tell everybody on this call that you guys should be listening to the voices of Black and brown people and not just white students, because they're not being impacted by systemic and institutional racism. They're not the ones who are fearful for their safety every single day because of their color. Black students are fearful because they are being murdered on a daily basis across this country, their own people, because of racism. So we should be listening to brown and Black people, not white people. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Hamdia.
You're welcome.
Next, we'll go to Stacy. Stacy? So I'm just waiting a few moments. Stacy was one of those attendees that when I gave permission to speak, it switched her over from attendee to panelist, and that usually disconnects the person and connects them back in. So I'm just gonna, since her name is still here.
I'm right here. Can you hear me?
Yep. It just takes a few moments when we do that. All right, Stacy, we're good, ready.
Great, thank you. My name is Stacy Hung. I live at 143 Summit Street, and I have 2 kids in the school system. I am actually opposed to the resolution supporting this climate change for discipline and ending the use of school resource officers. I am a huge proponent of school resource officers, as I was a teacher for 10 years, and now I am a school nurse at a high school in a different district. We have been actually researching for 3 years of how to get a school resource officer in our school. And the reason why I'm not a fan of this resolution is going over what is written down. If I'm just going fact by fact or line by line, the comment of, whereas police shooting and kill roughly 1,000 people nationally every year, we're talking about what else is going on during that crime. 58,000 police officers are assaulted just in 2018. Cops are 18 times more likely to be shot by a Black person than a Black person being shot by a cop. When we talk about David Orcott, the 26-year-old who was shot, he pulled out a handgun at the officers, and the officer shot for self-defense. Chance, he also was waving around what was supposed to be a gun, but it ended up being like a BB gun, and pointed it at the officer, and the officer shot him. These are self-defense things. The comment that the person put on the resolution for is it Isaac Muse? I apologize if I don't say his name correctly. As he interned at the Portland Police Department, justifying that that's a Portland Police Department issue. That to me is, I have a student who does a career exploration program, and they ride along with the cops. Is that considered an intern? That doesn't mean he was actually a police person himself when he shot that person. As far as the polls in schools, I agree with the woman who was a teacher who actually was polled when it says, research does not show that school resource officers improve real perceived school safety. I can tell you right now, as a key member of the student support team, we are looking for all hands on deck. We need as many people helping students as possible. And school resource officers give us a different venue for students who need help that are not going to go your traditional route of a social worker. So a police officer, my son, for instance, wants to be a police officer, and he looks up to them. He happens to be a person of color. And it's just beside myself that we're portraying all police officers as bad people and that we think that students are afraid of them. I don't feel that our school system has pulled enough kids and pulled enough of the social workers and pulled enough of the teachers to get a full broad spectrum of what's going on in our schools. When they brought up, am I running out of time? No? Okay. When we were talking about the other policy, I'm trying to figure out what I wrote down. I'm a little nervous because I have a lot to say.
All right, Stacey, you have about 10 seconds to go.
Okay. Regardless, I think school resource officers are, if you haven't worked in a school, in a high school, and you see what they're doing, they're the ones who are helping the kids who are in the corner that are crying, that are probably going to be like contemplating suicide. They're the ones who are helping the kids stay safe from drugs. Look at the policies. If we're talking about the racism in our schools, let's go. We visited South Portland High School, and they have an amazing program set up for restorative justice for kids. Maybe it's the policy itself that's creating the racial disparities in our schools, and the Black kids getting more suspended, or just kids in general being suspended because of what they're doing, versus doing restorative justice and having the police officer give them to like a day one counselor and keep them out of the judicial system, and more work on not making them lifelong issues with drugs or criminal stuff. Just my thoughts.
Thank you, Stacey. Okay, next we're gonna go to Christian Bigonosinski. I didn't say that right.
Just unmuting myself, sorry about that. And you did great with my name. My name is Chris Bigozinski. I'm a family medicine doctor here in Portland, and while I don't have children, I take care of many of the student athletes as a sports medicine doctor from Portland. I would like to speak in strong support of this resolution. Before moving to Portland as a family doctor, I practiced in the city of Chicago. I have seen firsthand the kind of both physical and psychic damage that SROs can cause in schools. While Portland is not Chicago, many of the lessons learned there are applicable to all school systems. The expansion of SROs is one of the largest growing fields of expansion in law enforcement. For example, in Chicago, the Chicago Police Department has now paid out over $2 million in claims against police officers who have used unlawful force against minors, creating a significant cost, not to mention, of course, the social, physical, and psychic costs that this has exacted on students. This is a flawed system from its inception when modern SROs were started in the early 2000s, and they have overall been a detriment to the health of our schools, our students, and our communities. Again, I speak strongly in favor of supporting this proposal. I'll also add that very large teacher unions, both in Chicago, the CTU, and the United Teachers of Los Angeles, are also working to eliminate SRO programs and cut their contracts with local law enforcement. And as teachers and as a school board, you would do well to stand by your other colleagues around the nation that are organizing for the common good of their students. I assure you that the UTLA and the Chicago Teachers Union have their students and their communities' best interest in mind. And I'm very glad to hear the testimony that we've had this evening. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Dana Hayes.
Okay, can you hear me?
Dana, yes, we can. Go.
Great, thank you. Good evening, my name's Dana Hayes. I live at 4 Catherine Street in Oakdale, and my husband and I have 2 children who are headed to Portland Public Schools in the coming years, and we're hoping that there will be a strong, equitable system waiting for them and their classmates. The truth is, the knowledge that SROs will make my friends' and neighbors' babies less safe is enough for me to reject it. You don't have to research the issue for very long to see stories and videos of officers using inappropriate or outright violent tactics with children in schools all over the country. More often than not, those children are children of color. The use of law enforcement for the roles that counselors and social workers could be playing with sensitivity and more appropriate training only sets up kids for further interactions with law enforcement instead of teaching them and supporting them through these challenges. As a white person and a parent, it's long past time to reevaluate the systems that we have here in the city that might be knowingly or unknowingly perpetuating white supremacy and racist outcomes. It's been too long baked into our schools and our law enforcement and our justice system, and we will not move past the relics of our history until we right these wrongs. And this is finally a chance to do that. We know better. We should do better. This is our chance to do better. And I just want to add that, there were some comments made earlier about Portland exceptionalism, and we've had qualitative data from students and families that are saying that they don't feel safe, that they are having these experiences. It is time for us to listen to them. It is time for us to act on what we are hearing and stop assuming things that, we're better or we're different. We're not. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Next, we'll go to Tasha Graf.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So much. My name is Tasha Graf and I live at 38 Monroe Court in Portland. I've been a high school teacher for 13 years in Maine public schools, currently at South Portland High School. I am strongly in favor of this resolution. And let's be clear, when we say school resource officer, we are obscuring the truth. These are police officers who wear bulletproof vests and guns in the hallways of our schools. As a white woman, I have never felt unsafe around police, but that doesn't mean they make schools safer. And while I have had a collegial relationship with every police officer I've worked with, this is the point. I am white and the system is designed to protect me. So I ask, what is the purpose of a so-called resource officer? Is it to protect students? Because what I saw tonight in the equity data presented, and contrary to an earlier comment in South Portland where I work, is students of color being disproportionately and more harshly disciplined in our schools. We could have the best police force in the country and it still wouldn't change what the police force currently represents and how walking into the school building with a police officer as a white student is wholly different than walking in as a Black student, and yet we expect the same academic achievement from all students. Research does not support police in schools. In fact, teachers are the first to respond to any behavioral issue. So what are the resources these police officers help with? Does a person need guns to do this job? Do they need to be an officer with a uniform that to so many represents a long and insidious history of racial discrimination, violence, and death? How does this fit into the Portland promise? How else might we protect our children? How else might we be a model of justice that educates the world around us in how to treat all people with dignity, respect, and humanity? I urge you to consider cutting the police force from a budget to support our children and use the funds for a better investment of true resources in the important work of equity discussed earlier this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Tasha. Next, we'll go to Amy Grons Pulaski, excuse me. Amy?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for this issue. I'd like to start by just saying that I worked in City Hall, Portland City Hall, for 10 years. And whenever there was an issue or a situation or something that I questioned, I said, why do we do it this way? And they said, this is the way that we've always done it. And I bring that up only to challenge us to challenge the status quo. And I'd like to challenge us also to rephrase this question. We have spent considerable time and considerable resources creating our Portland Public Schools promise and equity in public schools. And instead of asking why should we or why would we disinvest in the Portland Police Department and SROs in our school, we should be asking, why should we continue to invest
in this benefit or this resource in our schools? What actually do students need? And is this the best means to fill that need? Does it align with our equity goals? Is it trauma informed? Every dollar we budget should be an investment in who and what we want to be. Is taking $170,000 from the school department and giving it to the police department an investment that creates more equity in our schools for our students, especially our students of color? And how does this investment heal the students instead of regulating them? And in my opinion, the answer is no. It takes true leadership to write a strategic plan and to put our dollars how we want to invest it. And so I asked the school board to continue to support and invest in our equity goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Next, we'll go to Josh Wood.
Hi, my name is Josh Wood. When opening up a conversation centered around minority students, we must consider that oppression for minorities, particularly Black and Brown students like me, goes beyond a carceral police state. The disproportionate tendencies between my peers ultimately contribute to the school-to-prison pipeline, even in Portland, Maine. Harsh school policies that further this pipeline subject students like me to eerie predicaments with law enforcement officers that I see on TV killing people who look like me, my family, and pushing these codes, like enforcing these school resource officers in an environment y'all promised us will be safe. So I want you to reclaim your promise of equity, and I ask especially of the non-minority members on this board to consider us first, because in Maine, whether you like it or not, our safety is barely considered. Just like George Floyd, and just like Breonna Taylor, just like Ahmaud Arbery, just like Trayvon Martin, and all young Black people murdered by these police officers. These lives mattered, and the fact that some have failed to acknowledge this by not rushing this resolution when we are being killed in the streets is not collaborative. As white allies, you don't need to focus your discomfort with the resolution. You need to focus on alleviating your students' discomfort in their own educational institutions. Therefore, I motion on the board for some of you to check your privilege. When answering my question and when considering my stance, I want you to consider taking preventative measures to make sure that this doesn't happen again, even in Portland, Maine, and take the proper steps to ensure students are no longer intimidated to go get an education. Hire support staff, create more arts programs, and get people who can uplift our students, not downgrade them. You got to continue the conversation for these students after these negotiations. And I wholeheartedly expect the Portland School Board will do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Next, we'll go to Sydney Avitia Jock.
Hi, I am Sydney Avitia Jock. I live and work in Portland, and I'm speaking to emphasize the point that others have made about what it means to prioritize the safety for some at the expense of others. My take on what's been happening in these very important conversations in the past few weeks is that all of us are reconsidering the status quo, the good that it does and the harm that it causes. And those of us who don't always attend these meetings are speaking out, which is really important. And I see that some people are worried that changing the status quo will reduce safety, will cause them or their children harm. And I think that change is always scary, and it takes no small amount of courage to put your faith in something that you haven't seen work yourself or you think you haven't. But I also see that many of us are saying that we already feel unsafe and we're already being harmed. And it's true that many community leaders are learning about the history of institutional harm on communities of color, most egregiously Black communities, for the first time. But it's been happening for a long time. Hundreds of years of police targeting dark-skinned people, combined with institutional racism in property taxes and educational curriculum, just to name a couple, means that when dark-skinned students see police in their school hallways, no matter how kind or helpful that individual officer might be, many will not feel safe. And I want to talk personally just about intergenerational trauma. From my perspective, my dad is a dark-skinned Mexican, and because of what his parents went through, because of the dozens of negative police interactions that he's had in his life, he feels on edge whenever he gets pulled over, and he raised me to fear the police. My mom, on the other hand, was born in the US as a white woman, and she raised me to trust the police and to fear the people that they're supposed to protect me from. So what do I believe? I believe that both of my parents were looking for safety for me when they taught me their beliefs. So it's not a conflict of goals. We all want safe schools and safe functioning communities, but it's a conflict of pathways. How do we make our community safe? And I believe very strongly that to create safety for all students, not just some of them that were raised to trust a racist institution, we need a new approach to conflict and problems. We need de-escalation skills, we need relationship building, and we need community care. Because when only some of our students feel safe, nobody is safe. And I want to end with saying that taking away SROs will stop some of the harm being caused, but I know that our school board members, teachers, and community want to do more. We don't just want to deconstruct, but we want to reconstruct and build. And I beg you to consider the thoughtful, evidence-rich information provided by lots of reports that have been mentioned tonight. By the Muskie report. Oh,
sorry. So your time is up. I just need you to wrap up.
That's great. Yeah, I think that until we start focusing on how to fill those needs that we want to construct, then that is when we will start making progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sid. Next, we'll go to Chloe Dietrich. Oh, yeah, sorry, Chloe.
Thank you, Chair Rodriguez. I moved to Maine to receive education. I hope to become an educator here. I live and work in Portland. I strongly support the resolution to terminate the MOU with the Portland Police Department. I also ask you to break off the association with Portland Police Department as the designated law enforcement. I support calls for coming up with a new strong plan to give our students resources without them coming from police officers. And this is not brand new territory. So much work has been done on this subject, and we have to listen to community leaders and activists. As a former trauma advocate in the city of Portland, taking SROs out of schools is a trauma-involved practice. To the people who want to wait on this, I would ask, how many more studies do we need to see proving that SROs do more harm than good for you to believe that? How many more people of color need to bare their souls and tell their stories for you to decide that it's been enough? And how many more people have to die until you decide that now is the right time to act? Sometimes I wonder if this is about the kids or if this is about explaining this decision to your voters. I think we should spend less time at these board meetings talking about our white guilt journeys, which doesn't help. We have to uncenter ourselves as white people and believe Black kids when they ask us to keep them safe. For white people, SROs are symbolic of safety at best, and for Black and brown people, they can be a life sentence in the school to prison pipeline. When we keep SROs in schools, we invest in the white supremacist process of depriving Black and brown kids of their childhoods and of the education they deserve. You've identified that some students feel safe with SROs and some don't, and it troubles me that you sound okay for that to continue for the time being. I don't know how we can rationalize that. I ask again that we remove SROs from our schools, and thank you for the time.
Thank you, Chloe. Next, we're going to Lex Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Lex Jackson. I use the pronouns he or they. I live at 50 Turner Street here in Portland, and I'm an employee of Portland Public Schools. I've worked at East End Community School and at Amanda Ciro Elementary School. I am here today to voice my support for this resolution to remove school resource officers, to remove police officers, members of the Portland Police Department from Portland Public Schools. To people like Stacy who frame this conversation about whether or not police officers are good people or bad people. I implore you to listen.
Lex, I'm so sorry. I'm just going to pause real quick, and I'm going to pause your time so that we don't take away from it. But I just want to remind us that we really are trying to avoid speaking to other members of the public that address the board directly, just out of respect for them. We can certainly speak to the points that were made, but we'll try to not specifically call people out individually, just out of respect. And I know that I wasn't clear about that at the beginning, but just wanted to pause and make that clear. So I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I apologize, and I apologize to the person that I called out as well. To anyone who frames this conversation to be about whether or not police officers are good people or bad people, I implore you to listen to Chair Rodriguez. Am I allowed to talk about comments that other members of the board have made?
I think that where we draw the line is when public comment is directed, or rather is made directly to a board member. But clearly we had a pretty robust conversation, a lot was said, and I would suspect that members of the public will respond to our comments. But again, I would try to ask, or no, I will not try. I will interrupt any member of the public if they are directly speaking to one of the board members. All comments should be directed to me as the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I noticed that Ms. Morioni reframed the conversation from talking about whether or not these school resource officers are good or caring people to talking about the position. And I noticed that Ms. Bondo reframed the conversation from talking about the position to talking about the system. And I want to note that the evidence overwhelmingly suggests that the U.S. criminal justice system, that the U.S. law enforcement system, and that includes policing broadly, and that includes the Portland Police Department, are inherently racist institutions. They are racist in their inception. They are racist in their evolution. They are racist even when reformed. They are racist today. They are racist here in Portland, Maine. I work for Portland Public Schools because I care about the Portland Promise, because I care about moving in the direction of equity and moving in the direction of anti-racism. We cannot be equitable nor anti-racist if we endorse an institution that is inherently racist. That is why I support this resolution to remove school resource officers from Portland Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Lex. I'm gonna pause real quick again because I'm receiving some messages from board members about the nature of some of the comments. As I said a moment ago, I am going to allow, sorry about that. I am perfectly fine allowing folks to respond to comments that were made. I think I can recognize if those comments are being inappropriate or disrespectful, but to say, like some of the messages that I'm receiving, that no member of the public can refer to the comments that we said, just seems to miss the point of public comment. We're elected officials. These folks are going to quote us. They're going to call us out. Again, if I hear disrespectful comments or anyone that's directing their comments to anyone other than the chair, I will interrupt them as I did earlier with Lex. But again, I think it's perfectly reasonable to expect folks from the audience or from the public to respond to comments that the board made. Having said that, next we're going to Savannah Mirisola Suliva. I did not say that right. I think I lost you. Do you mind? I think I might have lowered your hand, Arisana. If you mind raising it back up and I'll bring you up. Yeah, there we go, Savannah. Sorry. All right, Savannah, we're good.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Savannah Mirasola Sullivan. My pronouns are she and her. I live at 28 Wolcott Street, and I'm also an elementary school teacher here in Portland. Before that, I taught in Chicago Public Schools, and I was part of the Chicago Teachers Union, who are also collectively working to end their contract with the Chicago Police Department in order to protect students. When I was in Chicago, I saw with my own eyes the violence that interactions with law enforcement in schools enacted on students of color, especially Black students. It shouldn't take my own experiences for that to be valid and for that to matter. And I will always stand with my Chicago students. Portland is different from Chicago, but it's also not. And as we've heard over and over again tonight, there are deep similarities. We heard from Malia earlier that a key tenet of the Portland Promise is the whole child. And that has been my commitment in whatever school and whatever district I work in. That means centering students' emotional well-being through counseling, social work, social emotional learning, and active community building. That means culturally responsive teaching. That means we do not criminalize their behavior when they're young people whose brains are still developing. That means utilizing trauma-informed practices in every part of our work as educators, as so many other people and school board members have mentioned tonight. There is no way for policing to be trauma-informed. The history of policing in our country has created intergenerational trauma for Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities, and we are triggering that trauma when we bring armed officers into our schools, no matter how compassionate and committed individual SROs are. We are talking about the system, not the individuals. Black students at Portland High School talked earlier today with Maine Youth Justice about how police use intimidation in Portland schools when teachers felt like they could not control students. Relying on SROs reveals teacher bias in our schools and weaponizes whiteness by teaching white students and teachers that officers are there to protect them. There is nothing trauma-informed about systems of intimidation and control. We have a chance to decide as a district what we want to prioritize. Right now, we're spending $130,000 on SROs. It could be true that these SROs are helping individual students, but perhaps that is because we have been divesting in public education, especially in Black and Brown communities, for decades. My students don't have food to eat during the day. They don't have counselors when they're in crisis. That speaks to our priorities as a community right here in Portland. Do we want to prioritize mental health, social, emotional learning and support, empowerment and collaboration? Or do we want to prioritize our district's link to the carceral state? As a teacher, the answer feels clear to me, and I urge the school board to unanimously pass this resolution, even if it is only the first step in dismantling systemic racism in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Savannah. Next, we're going to Susanna Ledoux. Ledoux? I'm not saying that right. I'm so sorry for everyone's last name that I'm probably not pronouncing correctly tonight. I'm swinging as best as I can, but I'm probably missing a lot.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Susanna.
Hi, my name is Susanna Ledoux. I am a mother of a student at Portland. I guess I've had a hard time over the past few weeks just with everything going on. I guess what it is like I really agree with the fact that there obviously is a massive problem with racism and with the police in general. I just feel like someone made a comment about how it's just kind of a little bit too fast, and I don't deny that it's an issue, but I also feel that it's important to do something in a way that's like with something else in plan before we do something like that. And I know that my son, he is half Mexican. He's still white, so I know that that's not anything, and I am a single mother, so I have a little bit of fear sometimes. And he definitely stated that he would like the police to still be there. I think that there needs to be like a better relationship, of course, but like I just don't understand how they can just take everything away without putting something in there, without having something. I'm sorry, I don't like speaking in front of people. I just I think that the issue is that we're kind of all in agreement. And I think that people are kind of polarizing because of, it's like a time frame. And I think it's just important to know that, like, you know, we all think that racism is an issue. And I don't deny that on any level, but it's just like, you can't just take away something that's been there for so long and expect everything to just be okay. Like I grew up Jehovah's Witness. It's a little too much information, but we had a lot of rules, and I was kicked out at a certain age, and then like nobody would talk to me. So it kind of, I guess how I'm trying to explain is that when you have a lot of rigid rules and then you're just out on your own, it's kind of hard to behave. I don't know how to explain what I'm trying to say, but I just feel that there just needs to be a system in place before that they take everything away. And it doesn't deny the fact that there is an issue, but I feel like that relationships should be built before they just immediately are just like, all right, we're done. I think that there should be more social workers, but I just also believe that maybe building a better relationship with the police and the students would be a better idea on some levels, so that they don't have that when they go into the community, that they're not afraid of police. Like that maybe they just do like community building with the police, so that it becomes like a community situation where everyone feels safe. And that's just the way that I feel.
Thank you, Susanna.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to David Hilton.
Thank you, Chair Rodriguez. I'm David Hilton. I'm a Portland resident, parent, teacher at Lyman Moore Middle School. I appreciate you all holding this meeting and providing a forum for public input. I'd like to underline a few points in support of this resolution. First, there's been some talk about a Portland High School survey that claims to show that most students want to keep their SRO. That survey included a third of the student body. And when we survey our students and only a third respond, those results are unreliable. The students who responded are likely to be those most comfortable in the school environment. If we really want to know what our students of color think, we'll have to work harder and listen more. This discussion shouldn't be about one officer that many students and teachers seem fond of, but about what policy is best for students over the long term. As a teacher, my job is to put students first. Every student has the right to access their education, even if only a minority of students don't feel comfortable walking past an armed uniformed officer every day for whatever reason. We have an obligation to change that. Last week, my student, a 12-year-old sixth grader who has survived incredible perils to come here, told me he's afraid of white police officers. I talked to him about the history of policing in America, and I tried to advise him how to keep safe when confronted by an officer. It was heartbreaking. I know so many parents have had these conversations with their own children. There's a lot of fear in our schools, and that has come out in our discussions about SROs. Students are scared, teachers and administrators are scared too. I think we should ask, who are we scared of? It's just us. Removing SROs is nowhere near enough to address the systemic inequities in our schools. Whatever we decide to do about SROs, we have to do much more. Our superintendent admitted on the steps of City Hall that students of color are disciplined in Portland at roughly twice the rate of their white counterparts. That's the school to prison pipeline, and we need to do better. Since Columbine, the number of SROs in America has skyrocketed, as have the disproportionate arrests of students of color. Let's do the hard work of reimagining school culture and safety without police officers. Let's also find and root out the entrenched biases in our school system that have led to our unacceptably biased disciplinary system. As we continue to do that work, you can call on me and you can count on me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hilton. Next, we're going to go to Emily Connolly.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name's Emily Connolly. I use she, hers pronouns. And I live at 33 Caldwell Street. I have a daughter who is in kindergarten or just finished kindergarten at Longfellow. So I know I'm a little distant from this in terms of there's no SRO at that age level, but I wanted to call and say I support the resolution. I don't think there's any reason that we should have school resource officers or police officers. We've heard from students tonight and over the past weeks that SROs are often used to punish and intimidate students. Even if they, as individuals, develop positive relationships, they are really there to police the students and can escalate situations. We want students feeling safe when they go to school. We don't want them to be racially profiled. Just listening to all these comments, I'm thinking more about what are these SROs in the schools for? Who are they protecting? What is their purpose? It hasn't been shown nationally or in Maine that they improve school safety or prevent school shootings or prevent crime in schools. One topic that hasn't come up tonight that I've heard was, I was wondering how SROs impact students and parents who are undocumented. Because I can imagine that would be an even more different kind of stressful situation. I think we need to focus on finding better ways to serve students using these funds and listen to the most vulnerable in the community to see what is actually needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Next, we're going to Jan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Jan Bindistini, and I live at 442 Cumberland Avenue in Portland. I'm a white, non-binary parent of an 8-month-old baby. I'm looking forward to our child attending Portland Public Schools through high school, and I strongly support the resolution as written for my baby's safety and all the children in Portland. Law enforcement does not belong in our schools. There's just so much evidence and research about why this is absolutely necessary now and why you're already late. Maine is not exceptional. Our schools have so much work to do to end white supremacy and racism. I just urge you to not slow this process down, to take action now and to do more than just this. Double down on resources that reduce disparities and lift up, empower, and cherish Black and brown children in Portland. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. I'm sorry, I was muted. Jessica Milneal.
Hello?
Yes, hi, Jessica.
My name is Jessica Milneal, and my daughter attends the East End School. I did not find the resolutions divisive. I found them supportive. For those taking offense to the tone of the resolution, I would like to remind them that tone policing is one of many socially acceptable forms of white supremacy. Additionally, examining your biases as a white person is an important part of this process, but it is not the most important thing we can do. We must not only be able to identify white supremacy, but we must also act to dismantle it. This is not only a national problem. Students here in our schools feel less safe in the presence of police officers. I was relieved to see the prohibition against calling the police specifically. Calling the police in anticipation of perceived danger is exactly the kind of situation that is so dangerous for Black students. I do not want my daughter to be counseled by police officers when she is sad. Armed police officers are the worst equipped people we should be asking to soothe students experiencing grief, depression, anxiety, and substance disorder. I do think we need support staff with a more diverse array of skills, but I do have more trust in their training. When discussing replacing the role of police officers, I want to caution the board against transferring the policing of students to other staff. Deputizing others to police people of color is just racism in different clothing. We need to support students rather than police them. Lastly, your school board is trying to do so much on a limited budget. We have much higher budget priorities than making sure that Black and Brown students are in contact with a system that they have good reason to find threatening. I went to a public high school with approximately 2,600 students, and we did not need a police officer to make us feel safe. I know that many white women do not feel threatened by the presence of police officers, but I am not one of them. On a personal note, just seeing a police officer makes my pits run rivers. And that's not because I'm a criminal. I can't imagine having one in my school and how nervous it would make me. I find it incredibly distracting and anxiety-inducing. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Jessica. Next, we are going to Eva Huminik. Eva?
Hi, can you hear me? Sorry about that.
Yep, yes, we can.
There's a bit of a delay. Hi, I'm Eva Humanik. I go by the pronouns of she, her, hers. I'd like to first start by actually, sorry, let me back up for a minute. I have a student at Longfellow Elementary School and a student at Casco Bay High School. I am the co-chair of Longfellow Elementary School PTO and a PAG parent at Casco Bay. I'd like to first start by thanking the school board for all of their work in drafting this resolution, which I am in full support of. I'd also like to echo that to say that the language is divisive is problematic and tone policing to make this resolution more palatable for white people. Second, I would also like to share some facts. So in 2019, the police killed 1,098 people. Black people were 24% of those killed despite being 13% of the population. There were only 27 days in 2019 where the police did not kill somebody. Black people are 3 times more likely to be killed by police than white people. Black people are 1.3 times more likely to be unarmed compared to white people. 99% of killings by police from 2013 through 2019 have not resulted in officers being charged with a crime. From 2013 through 2019, the police killed 31 people in the state of Maine. Third, we are a country devastated by the deaths and injuries of hundreds of people, many of them unarmed at the hands of police officers. Excessive force by police is especially disturbing given its disproportionate impact towards people of color, especially Black communities. We are a country facing 2 epidemics right now, and we need to treat all forms of racism, including systemic racism, with the same urgency and vigilance as we have COVID-19. To say this resolution needs more time or is being too rushed is turning a very white privileged eye to the level of crisis that this country is in and has been in for centuries. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Next. Oh, wait, I moved the wrong person. Oh, geez. Eva?
It's all good.
Okay. All right, next we're going to Allison Red Hunt.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Allison Redhunt. I use she, her, hers pronouns. I grew up in Maine and I'm a Portland resident at 851 Congress Street. I'm in medical school. I'm an MD candidate at Tufts in the Maine Track program. Speaking as someone who is deeply invested in the health of Mainers, I would like to speak to the ways that health is impacted by policing and how this association disproportionately impacts racially marginalized communities. As has been cited in the resolution presented here tonight, Black Americans are 3 times more likely to be killed during a police encounter compared to white Americans. Beyond this, also associated with increased stress, anxiety, suicidal ideation and attempts, high blood pressure, diabetes, and asthma. In a 2019 study on police stops among at-risk youth, it was found that those stopped by police more frequently were likely to report heightened emotional distress and post-traumatic stress symptoms. In addition, the study found that being stopped at school was a predictor of these adverse outcomes. As a future healthcare provider in Maine, I believe that it is my responsibility to help protect our community. I believe that is inherent in the oath I took upon entering medical school. By contrast, as written in our Constitution, police do not have a duty to protect their citizens. This has been upheld in numerous courts over time. Perhaps the most relevant of these cases to our discussion today is Ellis versus Peterson, in which a judge ruled that the officers at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School had no duty to protect students during the horrific shooting in Parkland, Florida in 2017. I do not feel comfortable exposing Portland's youth to the risks incurred by police presence, especially when these risks are incurred by an institution with no duty to protect the students around them. I believe that removing police from our schools is a vital step in caring for our community. If you, like me, are someone who feels safe calling the police for help, please recognize that that is a privilege. Let us not let that stand in the way of understanding, respecting, and protecting the members of our community who do not experience that privilege. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Next, we're going to Danielle Layton.
Hi, good evening. My name is Danielle Layton. I'm a resident of Portland. First, I just wanted to thank you for responding to the continued insistence that we revisit and revise how our schools use law enforcement. I want to express support for the resolution to end the use of school resource officers in Portland Public Schools. I'm in support of this resolution because the reliance that we have developed on law enforcement does not make schools safer. We have developed this reliance on law enforcement as a result of systematic disinvestment from holistic safety structures and disinvestment in schools' capacity to respond to students' needs and to challenging student behavior. This reliance on law enforcement to provide reassurance and to fulfill multiple roles that law enforcement was never designed to do discounts the safety of students of color, students who are economically disadvantaged, students with disabilities, and other vulnerable or marginalized students. Neither national research nor local research offer support for the belief that SROs deliver effective safety. I have to reiterate what was said about Portland exceptionalism. There is no reason to believe that Portland is different than what the national research shows us. Recent policy research examining Maine's use of school-based policing found that Maine SRO programs have the same problems with lack of policy governance, lack of program evaluation and oversight, expansive role creep, and liberal use of SROs in matters that are disciplinary in nature. Research indicates that SROs and other visible security and surveillance measures do not produce greater feelings of safety for all students. Rather, they increase feelings of vulnerability for many students, particularly students of color. Recent research finds the presence of SROs is associated with students having weaker relationships with their teachers, findings which have built upon prior research indicating that law enforcement in schools decreases students' connectedness to their school, and this has negative effects on school culture and students' educational outcomes. Students' feelings of safety and risk with police presence in their schools are complex. Research focusing on how Maine students experience SROs in their schools found that students experience the presence of SROs with a mixture of intimidation, some reassurance, and across the board, skepticism about whether SROs could keep them safe in an emergency, and a sense that police presence actually makes them less safe due to the SRO's capacity to escalate misbehavior to a criminal record. Students talked about how their schools use SROs as a prevention strategy and that it functions because students feel intimidated by SROs by virtue of their role as police officers. Knowing that students are anxious about the reality of school shootings, but by no means convinced that 1 or 2 SROs can prevent it happening to them. Knowing that students are anxious because police have too often been the source of violence and harm to youth of color. I encourage the board to take this opportunity to divest from law enforcement and the relationship with SROs. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay. All right, next we're going to Michaela Caballero.
Hi there. Hi, this is Michaela Cavallero. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I am a resident of Portland, 536 Cumberland Avenue, and parent of, I should say, white parent of a white former student at Reiki and King Middle School. And like so many of the speakers before me, I am calling on the school board to support this resolution. So many speakers have cited the important, compelling research about how school resource officers as an institution harm students of color. While individual SROs may be lovely human beings, they are participating in an unjust system that we simply don't need in our schools. And I really encourage the board, ask the board to listen to our students of color, the Black and Brown people who are fighting for this resolution, who have asked for this, and let's follow their lead. Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela. We're going to Veronica Foster next. Veronica?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Thanks so much for taking my comment. My name is Veronica Foster, and I live at 47 George Street. I'm a public school teacher in a high school in Southern Maine that has an SRO, and I wanted to offer some perspective from another educator, and I'm thrilled to have lots of company in this hearing. A lot of the conversation we've been hearing tonight has centered around safety. Having a police presence in my building has never made me feel safer, though the dangers that have been raised by some here today are always in the back of my mind. What makes me feel safer are my relationships with my students, my confidence in my administration, and my partnerships with the counselors and social workers in my building who know my students and are specifically trained and educated in how to effectively work with them. I believe that relationships with caring and expert adults who are philosophically dedicated to education, not to punishment, make my students feel safer too. And this is especially true for students who are more likely to experience trauma in school, like students of color and LGBTQ students. If it is in fact true that SROs do not make schools materially safer, and our best argument for having a police presence in our schools is to provide students with mentors and community connections, then that seems to me like an argument for more counselors, not for keeping an SRO in the building. I urge the school board to vote in support of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica. Next, we're going to Umulkai Mohammed.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Umulkai Mohammed. I use she, her, hers pronouns, and I'm a student at Deering High School. I would just urge the school board to stop having SROs in our school. From a student perspective, I do believe that individual officers are like good humane people, but I feel like the profession of cops and the uniform that they wear is a symbol of institutionalized racism and systemic racism, and the fear and intimidation they bring into schools is not something that Portland Public Schools should continue. I do feel that this is the right step forward if Portland Public Schools does truly support the Black Lives Matter movement and defunding the police. And that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Umulkai. Okay. Next, we are going to Azulina Green. Just give me a moment. I'll bring you over. Asulina?
Hi, I'm Azulina Green, and I live on 121 Cumberland Avenue here in Portland, and I'm speaking to express my strong support for the spirit, impact, and specific words of the resolution to remove SROs from Portland schools. We heard earlier during the board meeting about current equity initiatives within Portland schools and the need for increased funding to advocate and advance these efforts. Further, we heard that Portland schools are working to be trauma-informed. Funding police within schools is counter to these efforts. We know that policing has and continues to traumatize communities of color, and that within schools, within Portland schools, students of color, like the students we've heard tonight, are asking for them to be removed. We also know that students of color are more likely to face disciplinary actions that will negatively impact their schooling experience. Lack of policies to replace the perceived safety that SROs provide is not an excuse to not pass this resolution. I believe in Portland's ability to look within and at the numerous other school districts around the country that are removing SROs to find the answers to the questions that emerge from this resolution. Councillor Bondo pointed to restorative justice, and numerous other speakers have named organizations that are actively engaging around this issue. Just because the answers are not in this resolution does not mean that they do not exist. I urge the board to unanimously vote in favor of the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Asulina. All right, next we're going to Lauren Sons. Lauren?
Yes, thank you all. My name is Lauren Sines. I'm a Portland resident and a parent of rising 6th and 8th graders at Lyman Moore Middle School. I am also a researcher and a faculty member in the education department at Bowdoin College. I have spent my entire adult life studying, observing, and working with, in, and around public schools, their staff, teachers, students, and parents. I want to echo the calls from so many others tonight to remove SROs from our schools. I also want to affirm the many voices who have spoken so powerfully tonight about the devastating consequences of police presence in schools for our students of color, particularly for Black students, backed by significant evidence and personal experience. But I also want to use my time to talk about the devastating consequences that police presence in schools has on our white students. Schools are our primary sites of socialization. They are the places we learn to be members of society, where we learn how to be good neighbors, where we learn how to engage with, interact with, and relate to others around us. And a school that trains white students to go to the police when they have a problem in school is a school that trains a shopkeeper to call the police on a Black man with a suspected counterfeit bill. It is a school that trains a white woman to call the police on a Black man out bird watching because he asks her to follow the rules. It is a school that trains community members to call the police on a man sleeping in his car. It is a school that trains neighbors to call the police on a Black boy walking home alone eating Skittles. We can have schools that teach us to be better neighbors than this, and we can start by removing the Portland Police Department from them. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. All right, next we're going to Jen Boggs. Jen?
Hi there, can you hear me? My name is Jen Boggs. I live at 110 Edgeworth Avenue. I have a daughter at Longfellow Elementary School. I'm actually a Filipino woman. She's a 5th grader, and when she goes to Portland High School in 5 years, I want her to feel safe and supported in her brown skin and in all of her humanness. And I believe that there are other people that can do a better job with that than a police officer with guns and handcuffs. But please, let's not wait until 5 years from now. I also want to say that I don't agree that the language in this resolution is reactionary, but rather about time. I wholeheartedly support this resolution, but with one exception. In the first line, it reads, whereas on May 25th, 2020, a white police officer in Minneapolis knelt on the neck of a black man, George Floyd, for nearly 9 minutes, killing him while other officers helped and watched. I propose that we change it to while other officers watched it and did nothing to stop it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Next, we're going to Matt Bernstein. Matt?
Hello. Thank you to the school board for this opportunity to speak and for all you do. My name is Matt Bernstein. I live at 20 West Street in Portland, and I teach at Casco Bay High School. I also have the great fortune to work with students from Portland High School and Deering High School in coaching roles. I'm wholly in favor of this resolution and think it is vital that we remove police presence from our schools. I want to stress that when thinking about this resolution, it is important that we think beyond the individual level. I intend no criticism of the officers working at Deering High School or Portland High School. I've heard positive stories about these officers, and based on what I have heard, they are well-intentioned individuals who want to support students. However, this resolution is not an evaluation of their individual work. Rather, it is a question about the presence of the police system within the educational system. Simply put, I believe that these two systems do not belong together, and I believe that research supports this conclusion. As stated in the resolution, research, particularly from the 2019 Muskie School Report on school-based policing in Maine, shows that the presence of SROs does not improve real or perceived student safety at school, and for too many, especially students of color, it leads to a lack of safety in school. This lack of safety is both real, as seen in the disproportionate use of harsher discipline and the criminal justice system for Black, Indigenous, and other students of color, and perceived, as seen in the research showing that students who come from communities that are over-policed and over-targeted by the criminal justice system, which are communities of color, are more likely to view the presence of SROs as a negative impact on their safety. This is happening here in Portland. In a 2019 Portland Press Herald article, Officer Bennis from Portland High School stated, quote, "A lot of times I already know them, the students, because I've arrested their parents or seen them on patrol. This type of fusion between the criminal justice system and the educational system is harmful to students and decreases student safety. Our students deserve to be and feel safe in school." In addition, SROs have come to serve a variety of social work roles, which clearly fall outside the realm of law enforcement. While I appreciate anybody who is trying to help and support our students, we must acknowledge that these responsibilities would be better handled by a trained social worker or counselor. Our schools are places where a wide range of individuals trained in different ways work to support the diverse needs of young people. While we are all working together to ensure that student needs are met, we have to make sure that as much as possible, we have the most trained individuals in place to support students. That's why we have nurses and teachers and counselors and social workers. Each person has a different set of expertise and training. With all due respect, a police officer's training and expertise is not the training and expertise of a social worker. Therefore, if we are seeking more access to social work, we should have more social workers instead of police officers. If we want to create safe and supportive learning environments for our students, I believe that we must support this resolution and remove any and all police presence from all our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Next, we're going to Tyler Callahar.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tyler Callahar. I use he, his, him pronouns. I'm a mentor volunteer at Deering High School, and I have a master's degree in education. I'll be honest, I prepared some eloquent facts and figures, and I think a lot of people covered those things. A lot of the books and the research has been presented tonight. I just want to level with you as educators, people that are making decisions in the public school system. I know that committees are where things go to die most of the time. They slow things down. A lot of times we just end up spinning our wheels in committees. I really would like to see a passing of this resolution, removing police officers from schools. We have time before the school year starts. I know 3 months is a tight window. But if you're really looking at this, like I've told multiple students in my time working in education, if an administration or people put things into a committee, they're going to try to wait you out. And really, I had this nice little piece on intent versus impact. I don't think our students want to hear the intent of putting things in committee anymore. They want to see action. We've seen intent happen a lot of we want to make things right. We know how to make things right. Like all of the things that we're listening tonight are really important to acknowledge and act on right now. And I would consider taking that in and thinking about it. Because if we go back and talk to our Black students, we go back and talk to our Black community members and say, we're going to think about this, put this in committee for a little bit and get more feedback. They've been giving feedback for 400 years. So I just thank you for your time, and please consider that as you're making a decision, and please pass this resolution as quickly as possible.
Next, we're going to Malvina Gregory. Malvina.
Hi there. I think one of the things that is a theme tonight that we've heard over, but I want to say it really clearly in very explicit words, and that is that a budget is a moral document. And so when we talk about having priorities towards equity, we have to ask the question why they've been historically underfunded. And if you talk about wanting to do a trauma-informed approach, you have to ask the question why there's been underrepresentation in paying for the support staff to deal with that trauma. When we're talking about being trauma-informed, I want to tell you a little personal story. There's a person in my life that I love very much that for a period of time was undocumented in this country. They got their papers, and it still took me 2 years to stop flinching when I saw police lights. And I'm a white woman, born and raised in Maine, and it took me 2 years to stop having a rush of adrenaline every time I saw a cop when I was around that person and the cop. So I want you to extrapolate that out to those people that you have within your school system that are undocumented, those students that have trauma histories. And as an aside, I've worked as a Portuguese and Spanish interpreter. They are there, and those trauma histories are there, and those reactions are real. And when you're talking about dealing with the trauma, the SROs have no additional training to deal with that. So the question is, as we've been talking about feeling safe or really doing things to help keep those students safe. And children learn by example. And so are we teaching them that a person with a gun keeps them safe? Or are we teaching them that a program of restorative justice, of conciliation, collaboration, and prevention is the way to make a safer society? In that survey that was done, 1 in 10 students didn't want an SRO in their school. And so 1 in 10 doesn't want them there, doesn't feel safe. And when we're looking at a COVID budget, there's not a lot of extra money to go around. And that's just the reality we're dealing with. So do we fund a solution that really starts midway in the school to prison pipeline, or do we work to address the root causes? And so I think when I think of this discussion, I think a quote from Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who said, "There comes a time where we need to stop pulling people out of the river, and we need to go upstream and find out why they're falling in." So I would ask you, a budget is a moral document. Please take that money and invest it in our children so that they don't fall in the river anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Malvina. Next, we're going to Glynis O'Meara.
Hi, I'm Glynis O'Meara. I'm a student at Deering High School. I guess I'm a senior. We don't graduate till August, so I can still say that I'm a student. And I also had prepared a lot of statistics for tonight's meeting about, racism in the Portland Police Department, racism across the country, the ineffectiveness of SROs, but I think we've had all of that covered pretty well. And so I want to talk about my lived experience as a student at Deering High School. I went there for 4 years. I've gone to Portland Public Schools my whole life. I saw Officer Black in the hallway, and I feel like I just need to say as a student, no, I didn't feel safer. No, that didn't improve my learning in any way. And I was privileged enough to not have my learning disrupted or feel like my life was in danger because of that presence, but it's just not necessary. I feel like laws are being made on my behalf to keep me safer, to keep the people that I go to school with safer. And a lot of discussion has been had tonight that didn't really include all that many of us about whether we feel safe or whether we feel less safe. So I just wanted to pitch in my voice and say, no, we don't feel safer. I don't feel safer. I don't think it's necessary. I stand in strong support of the resolution. I think we need to get school resource officers out of our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to Jess Knox. All right, Jess.
All right. My name is Jess Knox. My family lives at 76 Old Birch Lane in Portland. I'm the white father of a black girl and black boy at Lyseth Elementary School. First, I'd like to say thank you for all the comments this evening and the work of all the board and administration members on this and the other issues of equity. It's clear from the data that there are significant issues of inequities in our schools. And there's a lot of work to be done, not only by the board, but all of us in the entire Portland school community. I fully support tonight's resolution for a simple reason. It's a clear step in creating a more equitable and anti-racist school system in my city. Tonight we have heard vivid testimony. That testimony clearly demonstrates that there is fear and there is concern that this program is a part of. It's clear from some of the testimony tonight that it actually perpetuates trauma. And if you can't hear that this program is doing that, if you don't think that it's having a negative impact on learning, well, I'd ask you to ask yourself, are you really hearing what people are saying tonight? Are you really listening? I ask you to support this resolution tonight because it is an opportunity to take a positive step to begin to cure some of the issues raised tonight. It seems to me, and to a lot of the speakers tonight, that the choice is pretty easy, and that's to just support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. Next, we are going to, Rich Hooks Wayman. Rich?
Hello, my name is Rich Hooks Wayman. I use he, him, his. My address is 51 Roaring Brook Road in Portland. I live with my husband and our 6 children. They all go to Portland public schools, and they are all African American. 4 of my children will be attending Lyseth Elementary School next year. I have 2 8th graders who just graduated from Lyman Moore. Shout out to them. And one has chosen to go to Portland High, and one now has chosen to go to Deering. I speak tonight in support of the resolution. I believe that in our country, there is a cradle to prison pipeline for many African American and people of color. And I think that the research is pretty clear that school resource officers lead to racial disparities in school suspension and juvenile justice prosecution and criminal justice involvement. I do not believe that school resource officers would further the school's goals around equity and is not trauma informed, as has been eloquently stated by so many other speakers tonight. I would encourage the school board to use its limited resources to actually expand social work, counselors, and clinicians in the schools instead of police officers with guns. I would also encourage the school board to consider publishing a racial disparity data dashboard on its webpage that could keep the district accountable for the strategies it's employing and how it's having an impact on racial disparities across systems within the school system. But finally tonight, I just want to extend my thank you and sincere gratitude to the school board for its dedication to this issue and the thoughtfulness it brings to listening to our comments, and to every personnel of the public school system, which I know goes to great personal dedication and sacrifice in support of our children We do really appreciate it. I think you're all awesome, and happy Pride, everybody.
Thank you, Rich. Next, we are going to Shannon Wade.
Hi.
Shannon?
Hi, my name is Shannon Wade. I use she, her, hers pronouns. I live at 174 Clark Street in Portland. And I'm an educator with Stages Youth Theater, and I'm also a substitute teacher in the Portland school system. And I'm just speaking to add my voice in strong support of the resolution as written to end the use of SROs in our schools. And I honestly don't have that much to say that others haven't already said so eloquently tonight. But I can add that as an educator, I always strive really hard to center student voices. I feel like that's very crucial, and all the student voices I've heard tonight make it abundantly clear that police officers in our schools don't make them feel safer. They make the school community and environment less safe. And I really want to echo the sentiment that a budget is a moral document and that we owe it to our Black, Indigenous, and students of color to divest from police and invest in resources that really do allow them to reach their fullest potential. So I really encourage the school board to please vote in support of this resolution and to do it quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. So I know that we're updating the chat, but I just want to verbally just give a little update. We have 26 people on the queue right now waiting to speak. The next names that I'm going to be calling up are going to be Sophia Payson Rand, then we have Laboki and Susan Bragg. And again, we have 26 people on the queue waiting to speak. Sorry, guys. All right, so we're going to Sophia Payson Rand.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. First, thank you very much for giving me the time to speak. I live in South Portland, and I am speaking as a staff person from Portland High School. I am a social worker at Portland High, and have felt some conflict over this because I keep hearing a lot about social workers versus school resource officers. And obviously, I agree that I would like some more social workers in the schools in Portland, but I am not in favor or support of this. And I'm just going to speak from my daily experiences at school and I do believe we need some reforms in police departments. I also believe we need reforms in our school departments. I've been listening to some of the reforms that have been asked throughout the nation, and I believe that Portland Police Department has instituted most of the reforms that are being asked of across the nation. They have a very robust community policing program. They have throughout the Portland Peninsula, and the officers do a ton of outreach and a ton of community building efforts. That's not social work, by the way, I want to be clear, but they're doing community building efforts. Portland Police Department train all their staff in de-escalation tactics and in crisis training. They have a mental health clinician who's on site who goes out with them when there's a call involving someone with a mental health issue. And finally, their school resource officer program is I find imperative to the safety of our students, staff, and larger community. While we have had some officers in the past at PHS who were not a good fit, and I was part of the process with one of them being removed, the current officer has added a lot to the community of Portland High School. I know it's not about him, and we're talking a lot about the roles, but my experience day to day is it is about him. He makes excellent relationships with all students and staff. I've watched him equally with our Black and Brown and Indigenous students, building relationships as much as with our white students. He greets everyone at the door. I would like to hear we've heard from a lot of people here tonight that are not at the high school. They have kids in elementary schools, they live in Portland, they might be teachers in other schools. I guess I haven't really heard anyone who's seen this in action. And what I see every day is that he works very collaboratively. He's responsive to questions, concerns. He goes into the classrooms. We're not going to get rid of the Portland Police Department. Why not have our students have a positive experience with an officer in the school so that they are not as afraid when they're out there? Because the Portland Police Department will be around, and I think they're trying to take steps themselves. We have to give them time. We recognize that, yes, it has inherently been a racist institution, as I would argue schools have been. So we are all trying to change and work on this, and I haven't heard of really a plan other than getting rid of the school resource officer. I work very collaboratively with him, as does the other school social worker.
Sophia, your time's up. Just want you to wrap up when.
Okay, I would just like to end with, I've heard that there's this proposal to increase social work services. I am trauma informed. I do believe we need that in the school. I guess the divisiveness is it feels like it's an either or, and I'm struggling. Just as police officers are not qualified to do social workers cannot take on the responsibility of the safety of our high schools. It is a collaboration. We do restorative justice together. It takes both disciplines working together. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Sophia. Okay, next, we're going, the screen name says Laboki or Laboke.
Oh, I'm Edward Laboke. I am from away. I came here 20 years ago with a family of 3 kids and my wife. The 3 kids were 13, 3, and 2 months. But then I had some additional 2 who are Portlanders. I love the city. And I love so many people whom I'm working with. I've worked with Portland Public Schools since 2002. Most of my time I spent at Lincoln. And the last 5 years, I have been at the multilingual office. Again, as I mentioned, this is the very person you are talking about, being disproportionately, his race being disproportionately arrested or targeted or whatever it should mean. I definitely had some encounters with the police. Most of it, or I should say all of it, regarding motor vehicle accidents. And I have seen some injustices that have been done on me personally, because there were accidents that I was not at fault, but just people ran around from the area and become eyewitnesses, and then the police simply agree with them. This is something that needs to change. I hope our counselors are here listening. They should be taking some action on this kind of things, that they take people who are at the scene of accident as eyewitnesses, even if they don't deploy people there to look at red light all the time. This has happened. Just this winter, my son skied on the highway. Somebody also skied and went and struck my son, whose vehicle had already stopped. The whole thing turned out that because the lady told her story that it was my son who made her to lose control of her vehicle. The whole thing turned onto her. Yet I know that if you struck somebody's vehicle who is in front of you, you should definitely be at fault. So these kind of things are things that the Black people are witnessing. And it is not only me, so many people have these kind of stories. I want not to forget to mention something about the Sudanese boy who was shot here. Somebody made a statement about that he had a gun, and that was why the police shot him. yes, we may agree with the police report or the police officers, but where is David? David wasn't there to tell his story. We have seen the videos from Minneapolis and Atlanta recently. We have seen how the body camera of the police footage were shown and how different they are from the other footage that were taken by independent standards by. So we know that the police can make anything on you because you are not there anymore, you are dead. So
I'm going to ask you to wrap it up. Your time's up now.
Oh, David, can I have 10 seconds?
Go ahead, wrap it up.
Okay. We have recent Angolans and Rwandese and Congolese who are coming here. These people are coming not like regular people. They have trauma of rape and things with people who are armed like the police in their country. When they get here, sometimes also they fall in the hands of law enforcement officers here who pass them at the border.
So sorry, I'm gonna have to mute you and go on to the next speaker. Just because that's what we stated at the beginning, and I don't want to give anyone any treatment different from others. So apologize for having muted you halfway through a sentence, but just wanted to be consistent with what I said earlier. Next, we're going to Susan Bragg.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Susan Bragg. I live at 223 Woodford Street, and I prepared some things to say, but like some folks before me, I feel really overwhelmed and honored to hear what others have said. It's all been so important. So I think I'll probably try to be brief. I'm currently a nursing student at USM. I've lived in Portland for 4 years, but prior to that, I worked as an educator with youth in diversionary programs in Florida, and I've also been a children's behavioral health case manager here in Greater Portland. I'm not a parent, but I just want to bring my support to this resolution as it is written because I care about kids in this community. In the past, the kids I've worked with have typically been kids who are labeled the behavior problems, and you can't see me, but I'm using my air quotes right now. And you might not be surprised that most of them were disproportionately Black and brown. And I think we all know at this point, like all kids break rules, but whereas white kids are treated with a laugh or concern or admiration, kids of color are too often seen as oppositional or defiant or in need of accountability. And I think we need to be honest that discrimination, we're talking a lot about policing. Obviously, racism isn't unique to policing. It exists in healthcare and education and behavioral health too. But doctors, teachers, and social workers don't carry guns. And removing SROs from schools isn't going to solve systemic racism in Portland schools, but I do believe that it's a critical step that it's time to take. And I won't go on. Some people said some really great things, but I just want to reemphasize the difference between intent and impact, and recognizing that the point here is the impact on students. And finally, again, just underscoring the points that have been made before, but that I think really can't be said enough, that it's critical that we not compare some of the emergencies that people might be worried about, or the abstract or vague or non-specific concerns about security and safety over what are very real, concrete, and daily psychological, emotional, and sometimes physical threats that students of color can face when police are present in their schools. When we make that kind of prioritization, and I think that those of us who are white need to be thinking about this the most, that prioritization is the definition of white supremacy, and that really doesn't have any place in our schools. So thank you all so much for your work on this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Susan. Next, we're going to Lydia Pillsbury. Lydia?
Hi. Thank you so much for staying up late tonight. I appreciate everyone's thoughts on this. My name is Lydia. I live at 286 Stevens Avenue. I am a contracted mental health provider at Deering High School, and I do not believe we should have police in our schools. I have heard from students who feel threatened, uncomfortable, and unsafe with police presence in the school. They feel and they are criminalized for their mistakes that are developmentally expected and appropriate. I have also noticed and am deeply concerned the language around discipline has also become criminalized. Examples include using words or phrases such as assault, disturbance, aggressor, offender, and repeat offender. When language changes, we can understand that two things have happened. The first is that the system has bought into that specific framework, and the second is that everything will then be viewed through that lens. In other words, if we are looking for criminals in our schools, we will find them. We need a discipline system that is developmentally appropriate and trauma-informed. It is critical that we not lose sight of the fact that these are buildings full of children who need our love, support, and guidance. Thank you so much for your time tonight, everybody.
Thank you, Lydia. All right, next we're going to, to Bobby.
Hi, everybody. My name is Bobby. I'm a resident of Portland, and I'm joining others in urging the board to support this resolution. I'd just like to speak out that I find the term school resource officer to be euphemistic and offensive. I think police officers should be understood as a drain on the resources of our school, not something that build up our community. I think that's extremely evident when you look at the evidence that shows that school resources officers increase the rate that Black students are drawn into the school to prison pipeline, which is an insidious and racist system that profits off of their incarceration and their labor. And I think it's something that we should be taking every active step possible to dismantle. And there's no time to consider whether or not we are moving too quickly in order to address this issue. Additionally, I'd like to say that these questions of whether or not we're moving too quickly or moving without a plan to replace school resource officers, quote unquote, are implicitly reframing the situation that is that these resource officers are denying us access to funding that could be better spent on better services for nutrition and mental health for our students. A recent federal government survey found that with the effects of the coronavirus pandemic and the escalation of police violence still ongoing, 41% of Black Americans are currently demonstrating signs of depression or anxiety. I think there's a good reason to believe that the presence of police officers in our school environments will make the situation worse for Black students, not better. Not to mention the opportunity costs of reducing available funding for everything else that those students could benefit from. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bobby. Next, we're going to Nix.
Good evening. I am Susie Nick, the librarian at Portland High School, and I am also a member of the leadership team. I do not support the resolution to remove SROs from our schools. Before I begin to make my points this evening, I wanted to kind of ask a question, but I know no one can answer, but I want to ask a question about some language in the resolution. At the beginning, we refer to 3 of our local young people who were murdered. And I'm just hoping that we did reach out to the Ocott, the Baker, and the Muse families to make sure that they were aware we wanted to use their names in a public document, because those families experienced severe trauma with that. And those names should not be used without the permission of the families. So I'm just hoping that we did indeed contact all of them. So back to my points. First, I want to know how many of you listening attend or work at Portland High School or Deering High School. How many of you go in there every day? Well, I want you to know that I do. And on behalf of all of my colleagues and my students, we are the ones who experience the SROs on a daily basis, and we should be the focus of this hearing. But let me tell you, this hearing began at 9:30 and it is now 11:33. Do you really think that we're going to hear from our real stakeholders at this time? Our students? We have 1,950 students between Portland High School and Deering High School, and those are the kids that we should be listening to, all of them. At this point in the evening, there's no way that we're going to be able to hear from them. If we are honest about equity and transparency, then we need to make sure that we hear from them before this resolution goes through. Secondly, I want to dispel a myth about how SROs deal with discipline. Speaking for my colleagues and myself, when there's a discipline issue, we handle it with our students. Perhaps we might contact an administrator to assist us, or a social worker, so that it's a collaborative approach, but rarely do we involve a school resource officer in a disciplinary matter. We handle those ourselves. So again, we're the ones who are living it day by day, and we are the ones who know what goes on in our schools. A more collaborative approach would be to work together as a community to address our racism problems. One of the best ways we can do this is by keeping the SROs, building a better relationship with law enforcement, and growing our community. The SRO's #1 role is to build relationships. Let's work together to mend relationships in our community. Officer Bennis could be a leader in this work. I've also heard loud and clear tonight that we—
I just need you to start wrapping it up. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you. Finally, I've heard loud and clear that we don't really know what we would do, what the plan would be if we eliminated the officers. And to me, that's unacceptable. To make a decision like this, I think it would be reckless to remove them without having some type of a plan in place. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we're going to Victoria Parker.
Good evening. Thank you, board. I'm Victoria Parker. I live at Longfellow. I am a mother of 4 boys, including 1 high schooler, King middle schooler, and 2 elementary school kids. I am here tonight to speak very quickly and briefly, but first I want to thank the board for hearing all of these voices and powerful words tonight, for listening, bringing back the conversation around this. But what I want to do is I want to give you guys some numbers and facts. I am a co-creator of the letter and petition that went around requesting the removal of the SROs. As of tonight, we have 1,012 names attached to this petition. A third of those names are high school students and staff within Portland, primarily high school staff. In the past hour and a half, we've had 5 more names added. 4 of them are students within our Deering and Portland High School. 1 is a teacher. This is not just parents and community asking this. These are voices of our students and our staff within the schools, the ones that aren't typically heard, but feel comfortable, confident, and supported around this petition, around this resolution, and they feel moved and seen for the first time in a long time. These are the voices that typically don't come to these meetings. To have this many people on this call right now still listening shows the power within our community. We also do need to listen to parents, because parents are the voice for their students, because sometimes students don't speak up. And as a parent with 1 high schooler and then 3 incoming high schoolers, I feel very pulled to speak up for my kids who aren't yet in high school, but when they do go to a Portland or Deering High School or Casco Bay or a Paths building, do not have a police officer. I would also like to second what Bobby mentioned about SROs. I do not think it's okay to call this person a resource officer. They should be called what they are, a police officer in a uniform, armed, walking our hallways. We do not think that these police officers in our schools are bad people, but they are an image within a systemic racial education system that needs to change. So please, board, we are pleading and asking you to unanimously vote for the removal of police officers from 2 of our 17 buildings within Portland. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. All right, next we're going to Eleanor Hilton.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Eleanor. I'm a Portland Public Schools alum. I did attend Portland High School, and I would like to speak in full support of this resolution. SROs are an equity issue. Despite the merits of individual SROs, the fact that the officer is in uniform and called an officer means that some students who have been socialized to fear police, often for good reason, will not see the officer as a trusted adult or use them as a resource. Children of color, specifically Black students, are taught to fear police as means of survival. The policing system in this country has a bloody, racist history that cannot be ignored. Having a uniformed officer as a point person in a school for discipline matters means inherent inequity. I've heard the argument that SROs are supposed to improve police-community relations. The risk of alienating our students of color from the resources they need is not worth the attempt to improve the relationship between Black residents and the inherently biased police system that was designed to mistreat them. To improve police-community relations, police must stop giving Black children good reason to fear them. As to the question of how to replace SROs, we need restorative justice practitioners who will focus on the well-being of the whole student. In the PPS Portland Promise, a stated goal is to, quote, eliminate factors that contribute to variable rates of student success and participation. If equity is truly a goal of PPS, we have to reinvest in social workers, counselors, and put in place restorative justice practitioners instead of relying on police to make our schools safe. We must prioritize equalizing access to resources and mentors that will help students rather than ones that will alienate students of color. SROs do not help the students who need it most. This matter is urgent. We cannot ask our students of color to wait for equity any longer. They have been waiting for hundreds of years. Please use the power the people of Portland have entrusted you with to make this necessary first step. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eleanor. Next, we're going to Lisa Daniels.
Hi, I'm Gabby Daniels, a biracial student at Portland High School, and I'll be speaking on behalf of the PHS students. I believe in regards to the SROs during this critical time in America, it is absolutely unjust to dismantle the SROs. Officer Bennis is a kind-hearted man who greets students by the front doors in the morning and welcomes us to and from lunch as we return back to school. The badge he wears does not represent who he is as a person, but represents his job to make a positive difference in the Portland high school community. This is not a matter of racism or color, this is a matter of school safety. Earlier this year, we had a bomb threat, and Officer Bennis was the man who heroically debunked the threat. The teachers whose class I was in was unqualified and unprepared for that situation. I felt completely unsafe as to where my teacher went and opened the door when he heard a knock, jeopardizing me and my fellow peers' safety. Officer Bennis makes me feel safe. Officer Bennis was featured for his artwork of PHS students in the news. He shows up to all the football games and home basketball games at the expo. Officer Bennis cares about all PHS students. He is a valued member of the PHS community. Being in the heart of downtown Portland, it is not always the safest. I've experienced this firsthand. In case of emergency, I feel much more safer knowing Officer Bennis is there, looking out for every student and staff member at PHS. I do not think it's fair for people who aren't affected by the SRO decision to talk on behalf of the students or staff members at DHS or PHS. Being a student who would be affected by this decision, I've realized the importance to speak up and let my voice be heard and not listen to the adults who try to make drastic decisions without the student's perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Oh, I'm sorry, that was not Lisa. That was just screening. My apologies.
Yeah.
Next, we're going to Caitlin Lowell.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Lowell. I graduated from Deering in 2011 and also went to King and Longfellow. I strongly support this resolution. SROs, as many before me tonight have so clearly stated, do not keep students safer. I want to address a few themes that I have heard come up tonight. Some speakers have mentioned a fear that this resolution is moving too fast, or that they don't know what it could look like to take cops out of schools. As I mentioned before, I graduated in 2011. Throughout high school, I consistently saw and heard from my classmates of color, specifically Black and brown students, that school resource officers did not make them feel safer. These calls to get school resource officers out of schools were going on back then, and they're the same as now. My younger cousin, who is a decade younger than me and a student at Deering High School, spoke earlier tonight. Her and her classmates' experiences with school resource officers have not made them safer. A key part of student organizing is that students get older and graduate, so institutional memory can get lost. Because of this, I want to state that what Portland students have been saying now is not a new idea. It's not a new ask. These same problems existed when I was a student in Portland Public Schools, and it is time for the school board to listen. There also has been the question tonight about what schools could look like without school resource officers. The prevalence of school resource officers is relatively new. Their presence in schools mostly increased in the late 90s. School resource officers as widespread fixtures in schools have not been around for that long. They do not keep us safer, and a better world is possible. Please support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. Next, we're going to Tristan Kraus. Tristan?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. All right, so I'm just going to be raw here. Just to let you know, my children have not taken the survey going around that is being spoken of, and they've attended Portland schools, I'm sorry, for over 9 years now. I'm feeling this conversation has been biased tonight. The safety of our youth is the most important thing that we can focus on. So if I say something right now that is offensive, I apologize ahead of time. First of all, I did not write a speech or base any of my comments on research. So I'm speaking from feelings and opinions. And my God, I know the following statement will likely cause confrontation, and I accept that. But we need to separate the Black Lives Matters movement from having school officers removed from the district. It's two separate topics. And I know that they are intertwined, and I get it. But most school officers are amazing. And at times, they're the only ones that students can connect with. And it may be the officer that showed up that weekend at their house when their parents were in a violent situation with each other, a domestic dispute. And in a way, they see that officer in school and they're comfortable with them because no one else understands them. And I know that this is really hard to take in, but those officers can be so empathetic to those youth that cannot connect to teachers or administration. They're so uptight. And I'm a teacher. I get it. Okay, I get it, but sometimes these youth need that person that they can trust. And not every individual in each profession is a good fit, regardless of the race. It doesn't matter at all. And as a teacher in a neighborhood town now, and as a crisis worker in a past for the city of Portland, I've had the opportunity to work side by side with the Portland Police Department. And they've been trained in the last 15 years to handle mental health situations, because the vast majority of crime and drug use and mental illness is related to it. So if a student is placed in the juvenile system, sorry to say it, you guys are going to hate me, but they most likely broke the law. And I work in a predominantly white school. I do. And plenty of the youth at that high school have been placed in youth detention centers or rehab facilities.
You just start wrapping it up. Your time's up.
I am the most empathetic person imaginable. Some youth count on officers being in school as their safety, and we're doing them injustice by taking them away. An officer is not just in the building to prevent school shootings. Those are out of our control. They are not there to discriminate youth. They are there to make people comfortable. The statistics put forth in the resolution that was faced on us tonight are false, and they're skewed by media. Not as a.
All right, next we're going to go to Sally Strever.
Hi, my name is Sally. I live in Portland. My 9-year-old son is at school at Longfellow Elementary School. He will be a 4th grader next year. My family is white. My son is white. I support the resolution wholeheartedly. I'm incredibly grateful for the leadership of everybody on the call tonight of the school board and everybody who's spoken tonight. I went to a school in middle school with a police officer and a metal detector, and it was a dehumanizing experience. It was no fun and not an experience I wish upon my son. And I can only assume that this was much less fun for the Black children I went to school with. I believe that until we've invested every possible dollar in our children's success and our community's future, I don't think that we should spend a single dollar on policing them. We know that we haven't given the schools the resources they've asked for to support the equity initiatives that they've been planning and requesting funding for. And I think that that needs to be our first priority. I feel like there's a lot more I could say, but I'm gonna go ahead and let other people talk. Thank you, everybody, and good night.
Thank you, Sally. Next, we're going to Samuel James. Samuel? Samuel, if we cannot hear you, you're unmuted, but we cannot hear you right now if you're speaking. I'm gonna leave Samuel there and see if his mic turns on. In the meantime, I'm gonna move to Andrea Levinsky.
Hello, everyone. Hi, my name is Andrea Levinsky, and I work at Portland High School. I am speaking only for myself and not for my colleagues, but I want to be perfectly clear. I feel that there's no need for police officers in schools. Everything that the SRO does, I feel, can be done by other people. We need, as others have said, we need to center the voices of our Black and Indigenous people of color, in addition to all the research you've already heard today. I do agree with my colleague Olivia that spoke in the beginning that we really need to look at what the SROs do and be able to meet these in a more racially just way through funds at Portland High and Deering High. And many people, including Alberto Morales, who's actually worked at Deering when I was at Deering, had many great ideas, including social workers, counselors, and people who are trained in de-escalation. I also think it's very important that the district will create an expectation of how schools are to work with law enforcement, including community policing. So as we know, schools interact with police, not just through SROs, but in other ways, and there needs to be clear rules about that. And we also need to be in conversation with staff, students, and community members. We have heard from a lot of people tonight, and not that many people who are actually working or going to Portland and Deering high schools. So all in all, there's no need for police officers in schools, and I look forward to engaging with you all in conversations on creating a more racially just and anti-racist schooling. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Samuel, we're gonna try to see if we're able to hear you now.
Hello?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can. All right, you have 3 minutes, Samuel.
Thanks. There is no doubt that some police officers help us. There's no doubt that there are police officers that help Black kids. But every Black person in America is living within the national understanding that for as long as we have lived in this country, the police can kill us and probably get away with it. As children, we're told that none of this matters because an individual police officer is a nice man. Please disregard the entire history of this country and context and fear and intergenerational pain that only you live with, because trust us when we say that John with the badge over there is a good dude. It's an attempt to make us trust in a system that we know kills us. It's an old story. It was told to my grandfather, and it was told to my father, and it was told to me. It was told to little Black boys all over this country who grew up to be John Crawford and Philando Castile and George Floyd. It was told to little Black girls who grew up to be Sandra Bland and Breonna Taylor. It was told to Tamir Rice, who didn't get to grow up. These problems are deep, and they need to be addressed systemically, not dropped at the feet of a man with a badge and a gun, who, by the way, is already overburdened. There's not an amount of resources you can give that can possibly make an effective police officer also an effective guidance counselor and drug counselor and paramedic and soldier and historian and peace mediator and head of marketing. Overburdened police is probably a separate issue, but the point is we're dealing with systems that are built on top of systems that were designed to exclude us as Black people, and so they need to be restructured from the beginning to include us. You cannot continue to tell our children that they should trust in systems we know kill us. And you cannot simply reform them to a place of white comfort. We are fortunate that we live in a place that is not as dense in structure as New York City or Minneapolis. It means it's easier for you to do this redesign and to do that restructuring and to lead by example, and I hope that you do. And I support the resolution at Revolution. Thank you for a second chance to talk tonight.
Thank you, Samuel. I'm glad we were able to figure out the IT problems. Next, we're going to Margarita. Margarita?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Margarita Celestino, and I'm a junior at Casco Bay High School. I live in Portland, and though my school does not have an SRO, I feel for my peers who attend Portland and Deering High School, and that is why I support this resolution. I wrote a letter to the school board a couple of weeks ago addressing the same issue, and honestly, I did not feel heard as only one of the members responded. Maybe this is the reason why many students of color choose to not speak up, because most of the times, their needs and demands are not being met. Maybe any of us rely on the few minority representatives we have. Portland is not an exception to racism. Maine is not an exception to racism, meaning our school district is not an exception to it either. Police brutality and racial profiling happens everywhere. Just because you don't see it or hear about it in our district does not mean that it does not happen, because it does. My question is the Portland Public School Board waiting for things to go left before defining SROs? I want to emphasize that most of the students you're trying to protect are non-white. There is a disproportionate ratio between the numbers of white students and the number of students of colors. No matter what, us, the Black students, will always be outnumbered. Remember, keeping SROs is providing equality and not being equitable. I repeat, keeping SROs is providing equality and not being equitable. Please do not just hear us, because we know that you're hearing, but are you listening? After all these calls of actions, if the board decides to keep police officers into schools, then as a Black student, I will forever question what the board stands for. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you're listening to the voices of minorities and that you take all that you've heard today into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Margarita. Next, we are going to, Nicole Villacres Reyes.
Yes, hello. I'm Nicole Villacres Reyes. I live in Portland at 121 Cumberland Avenue. I am a higher education admission professional, and I have worked at both private and public institutions here in Maine. At all of these institutions, I have been asked repeated questions from leadership asking, how can we recruit more Black men to apply? There is nothing that I can do when the school to prison pipeline has already worked to track many of these men out of the educational system. Let me reiterate. The school to prison pipeline, supported by our use of SROs, is working to ensure that students cannot pursue their education, their dreams, and their goals. Secondly, regarding previous comments about how quickly to move on this issue and issues of racial equity, we have had incredible scholars for decades thinking through prison abolition, including policing in schools. We are not in a time to think through how, but to act. There have already been many scholars that have outlined how schooling can function without policing and police presence. In demanding that police are removed from schools, we are not asking to do the work and reimagining alternatives, but continue on the work that's already been done. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Next, we're going to Lester Daniels. Lester? Oh, there we
Hello,
go.
hello, are you there?
Yes, we are, Lester. Go for it.
Okay. My name is Lester Daniels, and I live in Portland. I have two high school students at Portland High. First, I want to say I'm biracial. My kids are biracial. I'm a person of color. I'm an immigrant of Portland, and I can safely say that I have not experienced racism in this community. I've been a resident of Portland for over 20 plus years, going on 30 years, and that has never been a part of my life. I have willingly, from day one, because I know the value of education and the building community, that you have to participate and integrate into a culture that you're new into. So day one, once my kids were actively involved from kindergarten, preschool, all the way up to high school, I have volunteered to be an example for my kids to institute a work ethic in them so they can value everything in life from an education to what's earned, and so that they can be a better individual, to respect themselves and respect everybody around them. Throughout my years in this community, I've failed to see much participation from the colored community, the Black community. I've coached, I've been in the classroom, I've volunteered, I've donated to the school system for funding. And I could say that in all my years, over 15 years of volunteering as a coach, a class reader, all those things, I do not ever once had somebody of color in that that's giving back. So I just want to emphasize that fact, that we need our Black leaders that are talking out loud to speak, to be an example. Get out there and give back and be an example to your kid in the system. The SRO's role is very vital in the Portland community. At Deering, at Portland High School, they have done nothing but build a community with the youths and the community, and they've bridged that gap. They've formed relationships. There's no more effort being done by any police organization, I would say, other than this community of Portland, where they reach out, they go into the communities, they go to the Riverton community neighborhoods, they go to the Kennedy Park neighborhoods, and they're all there. They're supporting them in their sporting activity, there's volunteering as coaches and everything. So that's what I want to say. I need the communities that are feeling affected and slighted to step up and do your job, do your responsibility to your kid, be there to take your kids home after practices when you play, and not have the other community members or team members, families have to give them rides and all that stuff.
Esther, I need you to, time's up, just need you to wrap it up.
Okay, I just want to say, we all have equal rights. We all can contribute equally to society. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lester. Next, we're going to Abdullahi Ali.
Hi, my name is Abdullahi Ali. I am a resident of Poland, and I am also working with Gateway Community Services, an organization that provides community support services, including programs for youth of color. I am here in support of the resolution to remove the SROs from schools. I would like to remind the board that delay is a denial. Keeping police in schools to convert a small portion of white parents so that students of color live in fear or criminalized by the police officers is an extension of slavery and institutionalized racism. Portland or Maine is not an exceptional, and Portland exceptionalism does not exist. Maine has an enormous racial disparity in education, healthcare, incarceration, housing, and in many other areas. A very good example I would like to cite is what the superintendent have mentioned a couple of days ago, and also on the Portland Public Schools website, the data that's showing more youth of color are disciplined in the public schools. For example, 24% of the kids in Portland High School are Black, but they account for 60% of the total in-school suspensions in that school. Black students also account for 48% of the total out-of-school suspension. In Casco Bay High School, Black student accounts for 24% of the total school population, but accounts for 57% of the out-of-school suspensions. Deering High School, Black students accounts for 28% of the student population, but accounts for 27% of out of school suspension and 22% of in school suspension. It's very interesting that during high school is showing a proportionate disciplinary numbers. I would also like to conclude by saying that Black people do not need experts or data to know the injustices we face every day. The board either listens justice-minded people of all races who wants to change, or those who are uncomfortable and want to maintain the status quo because they enjoy it.
Abdullahi, I need you to wrap up. Time's up.
Yeah, so thank you. So I just wanted, to comment on the, just to say, it's time to dismantle the school prison pipeline. SROs are representative of school prison pipeline, and that needs to end, and it needs to end today. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdullahi. Next, we're going to Hoskins.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Thanks for staying up late. My name is Melissa Hoskins, and I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a parent of 2 students in Portland Public Schools, and I work as a clinical social worker in the Portland community. I'm here to speak in favor of the removal of resource officers from schools. I've heard some concern expressed tonight around moving too quickly with this decision. I humbly submit that it is never too soon to reduce harm. And as many others have stated more eloquently, having police in schools causes harm by perpetuating an environment of fear. I believe strongly that safety for all students is achieved through building connections and developing social capital of all students, which is best done by teachers, peers, parents, community leaders, social workers, and guidance counselors, not police. Removing police from schools and designating the funds saved from this change towards more appropriate resources, not ask worker teachers to do the police. It is righting an error that was made when police were brought into schools, resulting in further intimidation and oppression of minority groups. More concerning to me than moving too quickly is that this decision will be made and that stop here. Removing schools is steps that as we work towards dismantling many racist systems in our shared community. I am heartened by the repeated call to increase and focus efforts to seek out feedback and input from underrepresented groups, specifically people of color, to further change. It is my hope that this resolution will be passed and that this will be the beginning of more pervasive changes that move towards a long overdue promise of equality. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. All right, next we're going to, looks like Charlotte Ferguson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Charlotte Ferguson. I'm a resident of Portland and work in Portland. I just want to echo the sentiments already spoken much more eloquently than myself by so many community members and strongly urge the board to support this resolution as written. I believe we have an opportunity to change how safety is addressed in public schools. I believe that SROs are a beacon of systemic racism. I urge us to please let us separate justice and education systems. I believe the time is now, and there should be no delay. I think especially the students that have spoken out this evening, I think you're brave and your voices are important. And I really thank the board for listening to all of our pleas. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Next, we're going to Jay Kang. Jay?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm speaking in support of removing the violence officers from schools, the violence workers, I'm sorry. I, as a disabled parent with a disabled child, constantly have to think about this. How will a violence worker interpret my son's atypical behavior his defiant nature? Will 40, 60, 100 hours of extended learning cramming outweigh warrior training and thin blue line mentality enforced by unaccountable regimes? When I was younger, I actually set the detention record in high school for fighting a violent behavior. But thankfully, there were no SROs because I was a kid. I even engaged in hacking. There was no SROs. I grew out of it. I had to deal with administrators. I had to deal with IT staff. I had to deal with the people I hurt by myself with adults, and none of them had guns. People change. People often grow out of behavior that is labeled undesirable. We are in fact criminalizing simply being young. I'm hearing Northern whites talking about divisiveness. Well, I'd like to talk about divisiveness. Was the Civil War divisive? Was abolition divisive? Is Sagronomics divisive? When Northerners opposed busing, was that unifying? Defeating integration and understanding is the legacy of Northern exceptionalism, so we're clear. Affluent, white, and private schools can manage without SROs. What makes these schools exceptional? What makes them so in need of violence workers? And I think, as this has been mentioned before, officers are part of defunding austerity. As you see white flight happen, as you see defunding happen, you see policing increase. And I just want to end a story about my experience with an SRO as a child. And it was a good experience for the most part. When I went to high school, there was an SRO named Tom, and we were actually pretty close. I used to bribe him with hamburgers, to break the law and go leave the campus. And, it's interesting actually, suddenly when the schools got less white, suddenly when the schools had to bus kids from the poor neighborhoods, suddenly then there was a need for violence workers. That's interesting. And this is the story of Tom. Every day we'd bribe him. We'd go out, we'd come back. He showed us a shotgun in his back of his cruiser. We actually liked him a lot. He was a good guy. I had no problem with him. But my school was going through false alarms and school shooting warnings. And
Jay, I'm going to ask you to try to wrap it up. Your time is up.
When someone popped a bag, Tom was a different person with a 9mm in a kid's face. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Next, we're going to Jonathan Torch. John?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is John Torch. My pronouns are he, him, and I live in Parkside. I'm a grad student at USM working on my master's in education, and I spent the last year in Portland schools, including Casco Bay, Moore, Lincoln, King, and Deering High. First, I want to thank the chair for continually centering this and other equity issues with the urgency that they deserve. And I also want to thank the chair for acknowledging the imbalance of power that exists in the public comment rules. If you as elected officials don't want the public to respond to you in your comments, resignation is always available to you as an option. I speak in unwavering support of this resolution, word for word. I implore the board to consider the data, to consider the non-white voices sharing their negative experiences with police officers, and to consider the demands of Black Lives Matter Portland, a group that includes Black PPS graduates. What I don't believe we should be considering are the feelings of white voices, student, staff, or otherwise, sharing their positive experiences with police officers. These are inconsequential to the question at hand, which is that policing is a racist system that has no place in our public schools. White people experiencing a benefit under a racist system is nothing new and doesn't disprove the need to remove police from schools. In fact, that racial disparity in experience is exactly what we're talking about. Black Americans are 3 times more likely to die from police violence than white Americans. And if I can offer anything as an aspiring math teacher, understand that a few bad apples cannot statistically be responsible for those kinds of disparities in the numbers. Further, Black people are 20% more likely to be killed while unarmed. which confirms to us that the police see Blackness in and of itself as a threat. This is systemic racism, and Portland isn't any different. While Black people make up roughly 7% of the population in Portland, they represented 12% of citations, 17% of arrests, and as much as 26% of use of force cases. Our police force here in Portland is extremely racist. And it doesn't end in the schools. Students who interact with police in schools are more likely to then continue to be subject to those negative interactions as an adult in a racist justice system. It is a system that you cannot escape. We have a genuine opportunity before us to cut that pipeline so that we in the schools have the space to work on building truly restorative and anti-racist intervention and de-escalation programs. And because these aren't easy things to develop and will require growth and continual development, I reject any of the calls that say that we need a detailed plan of what's going to replace this. I don't need a doctor to replace my cancer. I need a doctor to remove my cancer. While I do support reinvesting funding into systems that are actually beneficial for our students, I think we do need to also underline the point that even simply the absence of police is in and of itself better than their presence. In New York, when police effectively went on strike, major crimes went down week after week after week, disproving broken windows policing. And to comments that this is divisive, Jay said it very eloquently, but so is emancipation. And they also had a collaborative solution to that, which was called the 3/5 compromise. So I think that saying that this is divisive doesn't really add anything, but it does beget the question of who is it dividing? Who's on either side? Because on one side of this issue, I see the Black liberation movement. So you tell me, who's on the other side of that? Thank you.
Time's up. Oh, was that it? Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, next we're gonna go to Aura Russell Better. Aura.
Hi. My name's Aura Russell Better. I live at 8 Arcadia Street in Portland, and I am speaking on behalf of the Equity in Portland Schools Board tonight. We are in full support of this resolution and stand with the anti-racist work the district is implementing. I wanted to just acknowledge how many folks have spoken up tonight. It's heartening to see our community's engagement on this critical topic, and specifically the students and former students who have spoken. I hope that some of them are feeling a sense of being heard and seen tonight. And wanted to also acknowledge the voices that we didn't hear tonight and those experiences that I believe this resolution attempts to center. One point that was made by a few speakers tonight was how this may be a token kind of a change and not great enough. And I just think we need to acknowledge that it isn't enough, but it is a start and hopefully a place that we can build upon. I also agree with a comment made that we are a small city. We're not a New York City or a Minneapolis, and we can take the steps to make this change, which may be small, but it is significant. And just on a personal note, not representing Equity in Portland Schools, I just want to urge a further conversation about the resources our schools need to replace this model of policing. Many have mentioned social work, which I am a fan of. I'm a social worker myself. I see the value in those positions. But across the board, for us to look at the professionals we need who specialize in trauma-informed restorative justice practices and de-escalation. We have so many experts in our midst, many have spoken tonight, that can help to identify how we as a district can reinvest our resources. I think this is an opportunity to not only remove a model that's created harm, but develop a new one that can lead to students' sense of genuine safety, connection, and community, and an environment that we want for all our children, where true learning can take place. Thank you.
Thank you, Aura. So next, we're going to, looks like Holly. Or Hell.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Hallie Chase. I'm going to be a junior at Portland High School this fall. Going to this meeting, I wasn't sure if I was going to support this resolution or not, but one positive thing I do feel about Portland's resource officer is about how when I come in from an off-campus lunch, when the doors are unlocked, it is reassuring to me to see him there right at the door. To me, he is a significant part of the school and a familiar face. However, being a white female, by listening to this meeting, I'm glad I have seen and heard from people with a different perspective and viewpoints of this and what they have to say to educate me on things I had not thought about before. I appreciate the opportunity to listen to perspectives and share my own. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to Bill Weber. Bill?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Go for it.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Bill Weber. I live on Roaring Brook Road in Portland. I have two sons that have attended Portland Public Schools and both graduated from Portland High School. Prior to today, I had a very solid rebuttal to this resolution. But after attending the Maine Youth Justice Conference this afternoon and this conference, this workshop, I am persuaded in another direction in supporting this resolution, at least in its final form, to look for an alternative to the SROs. I think that's where we are currently, is that there's a lot of uncomfortable feeling as to where are we going. So I think it's going to be falling on the superintendent and his staff to better define what that alternative looks like in order to make staff feel more comfortable with the removal of the SROs. But this has been a very valuable experience for me. I think you guys are very fortunate that you have such an intelligent and articulate constituency, which could be a blessing or a curse. But I want to thank you all for tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. Next, we're going to Elizabeth Capone Newton.
Okay, great. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yes.
All right, good. Thank you. All right, my name is Elizabeth Capone Newton, or Capone Enriquez, and I live on North Street in Portland. I have two kids in elementary school in Portland Public Schools, and a partner that works in the district. And I guess I just want to start by saying that my experience with SROs is limited, but it includes listening to a police officer from a high school testify against, in court, against a juvenile who also happened to be a Black immigrant. And not only testify against him, but also identify him in photos taken by school surveillance for an incident that had nothing to do with school and occurred outside of school. So I'm very concerned. I mean, among the many reasons to be concerned, I'm concerned about police officers in schools being used to testify against young people. I want to read briefly from a report by the Black Alliance for Just Immigration that says Black immigrants face egregious conditions in the US, particularly within the nation's immigration enforcement system. More than 1 out of 5 non-citizens facing deportation on criminal grounds before the Executive Office for Immigration Review is Black. Black immigrants are more likely to be detained for criminal convictions than the immigrant population overall. Black immigrants in removal proceedings for a criminal conviction have often lived in the US for a long time and established strong community ties. Many are apprehended and placed in deportation proceedings long after the triggering criminal conviction occurred. Black immigrants are much more likely than nationals from other regions to be deported due to a criminal conviction. I think we know that all Black people face a lot of discrimination in our country and in our state and in our city and in our schools. And we also know that a lot of the Black people who are in Portland Public Schools might be, some of whom are immigrants, and that they could be facing sort of a double jeopardy situation in terms of what it means to interact with the police. I think those are things that are important to consider in this decision as well. You know, more broadly, I guess I just want to say that I am impressed by the public participation tonight, and that I hope that it continues in terms of strong advocacy for a budget for the school that really resources our schools.
I want you just to wrap it up. Your time's up, okay?
Yeah, I will. I'll wrap it up. And that the school board renew its commitment or start for the first time next year on insisting on a budget that meets your students' needs, and knowing that the community will rally to support that.
Listen, sorry. Next, we're gonna go to Ella Anderson. Ella? All right, I'm gonna leave Ella there and just see if we can figure out. Last time it just took a little bit of time to figure that out, so we'll leave Ella there and we'll go to James Patefield.
Yes. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Hi. Thank you so much for providing this forum, and also to everyone who's spoken in support of this resolution. I am also speaking in support of the resolution. Many folks have said it much more eloquently than I can, but one's individual positive experiences with police officers in schools does not justify for the presence of the system that police officers represent in schools. And I encourage that, you know, if the police officer who works in Deering or Portland, if they enjoy working with kids, I encourage them to potentially go to a different field of work and either be a counselor or some other sort of professional who actually gets to work with these students and doesn't have a bulletproof vest and a gun and represent a system that is meant to control Black and brown bodies. I think the comments earlier in the meeting are also very telling, that there isn't a police officer station at Casco Bay. So I think the school board is already invested in removing these folks from these schools. And so I think they should follow through on their edict and on their desire for equity. You know, there's all of this great research being presented on equity. The presentation earlier today was phenomenal. And of course, the thing that we keep coming back to is that we don't have enough resources. And I think we can think creatively about how to have schools be safe for Black and brown students especially. And I think that falls on you all to take that up. And I think it's a great opportunity for you to show some leadership in taking on that challenge. And so I strongly support the resolution as written. Thank you.
Thank you, James. We're gonna try Ella Anderson again and just see if it works this time. And it looks like that's our last hand raised tonight. Oh, never mind. Ella, let's see. Ella?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi. Hello, my name is Ella. I'm a rising senior at Portland High School. After hearing from several staff members, I've decided to speak up tonight. I am in support of this resolution. I simply wish to amplify the words spoken by students of color tonight, especially the Black students who attend Portland Public Schools, who have said having police officers in our schools makes students of color feel unsafe. Regardless of who our SOR is, he is a part of a system that was built on racism. Please listen to students of color and continue to listen. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Ella. And next, we're going to John Thibodeau.
Hello, can you hear me?
If we can.
Thank you, school board, for listening all night, and I'm really proud of our community. My name is John Thibodeau. I'm at 114 Clinton Street in Portland. And I just want to kind of, I guess on the last one, so just kind of frame it. You know, we're in a historic moment here, and it's a long time coming. And we have a real opportunity here. And I think the city of Portland, I think, is beginning to reevaluate and reassess policing in our city and what we want it to look like and what it's useful for. And I think the school board has a really terrific opportunity here to begin that work right now, tonight, or in 2 weeks, or whenever you vote on this. This gets it exactly at that issue of where do we want to spend our resources? Do we want policemen filling all these different jobs? Or do we not want that? Do we want people like counselors or social workers who are trained with years of experience to work with children and young adults? So I just wanted to leave that lasting thought that this is an opportunity to really begin the work that I hope the rest of the city will follow suit with. This is a historic time, and we can really do something really good and really overdue here. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, John. Looks like we have one more hand raised. We're going to Ashley Daniels. Ashley? Ooh, Ashley?
Hi. So I am a student at Portland High School. I'm a rising junior. I'm also a biracial student. I would just like to say that I do not support this resolution. I think that the student resource officer at Portland High School is very nice and very kind to all students. He has many connections with us. I know, like, for me, he even supports our class fundraisers. My freshman year, he bought a heart for me because we were doing a Valentine's Day fundraiser. In my opinion, I support my social worker who spoke earlier, Ms. Payson, with, like, yes, we should have more social workers, but we should not get rid of our officer who keeps us safe. I mean, Portland High School is in the middle of downtown. There are people walking around our school like pretty much all the time. Anyone could walk in during lunch when the doors are open, and Officer Dennis is always there to make sure that the people walking in the door during lunchtime are actually students who go to the school. And he always greets us with a smile on his face. Officer Dennis is truly a nice guy, and I feel like getting rid of his job at the school would just be reckless, especially in a time where you guys don't even have a plan for like replacing this. I mean, he's just great. And like, what happened to like before this all happened, Portland High sent in a petition with 95 signatures from teachers who were in support of keeping Officer Dennis at school. And I feel like that's just all going away now because of everything that's happened recently. I think it's important that we should definitely like talk about this more and make sure that like we don't just get rid of Officer Dennis and Officer Black without thoroughly thinking this through, especially when you guys don't even have a plan. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. And I don't see any more hands raised, so we are going to close our public hearing.
Chair,
Apologies, yes.
to read.
Superintendent has testimony from the police chief to read for us, and then after that, we'll close the public hearing.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Dear Superintendent Botana and Portland Board of Education members, this is from Chief Frank Clark. Thank you for the ongoing community dialogue as it pertains to police officers in our schools. I've reviewed the agenda materials, including the divisive resolution being proposed to end the quote use of the school resource officers end quote in Portland schools. Having had SROs in Portland schools as part of our community policing effort for over 25 years, nothing in the resolution speaks to any negative outcomes here in Portland. I believe that is because the benefits here far outweigh the nationally cited concerns. I continue to fully support our collaboration and the continued presence of our community's SROs. We have previously discussed not only the actual safety and emergency response time benefits, but the enhanced feelings of safety and security that SROs provide to students and staff. We have heard from Portland school staff and students to include the recent survey results that demonstrated strong support for the SRO's work. We have discussed the reduced frequency of calls for service per capita at Deering and Portland high schools in comparison to CVHS, which does not have an SRO. We have talked about how SROs quote police and quote their community differently and utilize more informal and restorative practices in comparison to other officers. This is based, I believe, in part on the additional training and positive relationships they develop while being in the schools. A 2-year Carleton University study found in part that students felt less stressed, missed less school, were better able to learn, and were mentally healthier in schools with SROs. Their fear of being bullied or physically harmed decreased, a positive impact that was particularly pronounced among students who had been victimized in the past. The study also noted social and economic benefits that more than offset the cost of the program itself. And during a period in which trust in police is being strongly called into question, ostracizing our well-trusted and respected police staff from the ability to positively engage with a singularly most diverse segment within our community at schools seems counterproductive in terms of achieving and maintaining mutual trust and respect. Beyond seeking to cease this longstanding and beneficial partnership, the resolution would also seek to prohibit school staff from even calling the police unless they make the apparently sole determination that a student's behavior posed a, quote, real and immediate risk of serious physical harm, end quote. This is disconcertingly subjective. Does it capture a student's reporting of possible abuse or neglect? How about a student who has threatened to commit suicide or retaliate against another student after school, not meeting the immediate criteria? Or what about a student believed to be providing other students with a dangerous drug? Threat assessment is something that our officers do every day. Espousing non-cooperation with police is a slippery slope that would likely cause enhanced safety concerns, both in our schools and in our community. Thank you in advance for your ongoing dialogue that I hope will result in both the retention of the SRO positions as well as further collaborative efforts aimed at ensuring both school and public safety. Signed, sincerely, F.T. Clark, Chief.
Thank you, Superintendent. Just real quick, I think, excuse me, we have somebody from the public with their hand raised is John Torch. He already provided testimony, so I just want to just point out that we probably will we will not be able to hear twice from the same individual. John is pretty familiar with our procedures, so I'm wondering if he has a question and not just a comment. So I'm gonna try to I'm gonna chat with him. But in the meantime, I see Ms. Figdor has her hand raised, so I'll pass it on to her, and then I'll contact John. Ms. Figdor.
A community member had to drop off the call earlier and sent me her statement and asked me to read it. So unless there are objections, I will go ahead and read it. Thank you, Portland School Board, for your work and for having this public hearing. My name is Bethany Luisos. I'm the parent of a student at Lincoln Middle School, and I strongly hope that you will pass the resolution to remove SROs from our schools and prioritize taking meaningful action to protect Black students. I'm in support and solidarity with the demands put forward by Black Lives Matter Portland, in particular tonight, the demand to remove police from all school budgets. At the event hosted by Maine Youth Justice today, it was made clear that Black students are saying that they do not experience safety from having police in schools. There aren't research results that show SROs improve safety in schools. The speakers also referenced the Muskie School and Cutler Institute report called School-Based Policing in Maine, a study on school resource officers in Maine's public schools by Danielle Layton and George Shaler. I'm going to read a quote from that report. There has been a sharp increase in juvenile arrests since the deployment of SROs. This effect is especially pronounced for students of color, students with learning disabilities, and students from other vulnerable populations who may be socially marginalized or economically disadvantaged. Interactions with law enforcement at school can be an alienating and humiliating experience for students. The ACLU found that schools with police presence report 3.5 times as many arrests as schools without police presence. Students who are arrested in high school are 3 times as likely to drop out. Students who appear in court during high school are 4 times as likely to drop out. And students who drop out of high school are 8 times more likely to end up in the criminal justice system. End of quote. The history of policing in the US is deeply rooted and inseparable from anti-Black racism. Removing police from schools is a powerful way to show our children that we are committed to the work of healing from our history of white supremacist violence and creating a different future where police and prisons are obsolete. We can take steps today in Portland to be leaders in helping our children imagine a future where we rely on and invest in community care and not police for our true collective safety and liberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Figdor. I don't see any other hands raised. So we're gonna close the public hearing. And I see, okay, that's still Ms. Figdor. Sorry, I was getting confused by my screen. All right, so we're closing the public hearing at 12:46 a.m. Obviously, this is a long night. We heard from a lot of folks today. Superintendent, do you mind just giving me the final number, how many people we heard from?
70.
70. Thank you, Superintendent. Appreciate everyone's patience in the public. A lot of people waited a very long time to speak. And I'm really grateful for that, and certainly grateful for everyone's engagement. I won't keep us here much longer. So I just want to, once again, in this really tired and almost not clearly thinking way, just be really clear about how grateful I am for the conversation that we had tonight, and certainly the work that we have over the next 2 weeks before our vote. We've not officially scheduled a meeting, but tentatively we've said it's going to be on June 30th. I don't see any reason for that to change. So moving forward, that is what I will plan to arrange for with the superintendent. He and I will meet tomorrow and begin that process, planning for that. If there's any other member in the public that wants to chime in, I encourage them to email the school board and just share your thoughts. and obviously tune back in with us on June 30th when this is back on our agenda. I don't have anything else to add. I'm pretty tired, and just want to make sure that that no one else is left behind with anything that they wanted to say. So having said that, I think we'll close it up. And anything else from anyone? Thank you all. Have a good night. Thank you all.